person any sort of drugs in addition to the alcohol? Just the alcohol?
Whiskey and stuff and beer.
Any drugs?
No. I never used drugs.
How did you kill her?
I think I choked her.
Let's give you some more tissue.
It's okay.
You've been holding on to that for a long time. It's about time you let that loose.
What a huge weight.
You need another tissue? Did you ever do anything to her boyfriend? Did you hit him or anything?
Oh no, I might have. I don't remember. Was wrestling over on that door.
So, meet Glenn McCurley.
Wow.
So
Deep.
what you just witnessed there was Glenn's moment of judgment, I guess, after 50 years. He raped and killed a girl called Carla Walker in 1974. And he got away with it until 2 years ago.
But did he really? Look at the pain that he was carrying around the whole time. So he got away with it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, this is what is it, the crux of this topic. Another cheery topic, I think you'll agree, right? From axe murder to analysing the concept of evil. Is there such a thing as evil? Yeah, that's one of the questions I have, right? I kind of find it hard to believe that every serial killer just is void of empathy, right? Or has a complete void of...
Serial killers are rare. So I'm thinking anybody who is an offender who's committed homicide would probably be is kind of what you probably mean, or do you mean just serial killers in general?
I guess I don't really mean serial killers specifically. I mean, I guess just someone
That's what I thought.
Yeah, someone who has killed. And how do they sleep at night, right? How do they get through the days? How do they sit down with their family at dinner time and pass the salt and have small talk? How do they sleep next to their partners, right, and never crumble? How did they do it? How did BTK do it?
Right. Well, this is pretty crazy. Today, I heard from Brandon Clark. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Bianca Devins case, he murdered Bianca. He was 21. Bianca was 17. It was a high-profile case. And I've gotten to know Brandon very well. I know the case extremely well. And I've been corresponding with Brandon for 3 years. Well, today, guess what he writes me about? Evil.
Wow.
So can I read what he said? It's like a couple
Yeah.
paragraphs.
Go for it.
So what happened was he was interested in the Jodi Arias case. He had heard about it. He's younger, so he was a kid when it happened. So we were discussing it via messages, and he said he had just discovered it. Asked me what I knew, and his main question was, why was Jodi Arias so deeply disliked in the public eye? And there are some similarities between the Arias case and his own, for sure. So I found a few articles online, to cite a couple portions for him. And I found one paragraph in which, believe it or not, a psychiatrist actually states that Arias wasn't suffering from any mental health issues, that in this guy's words, she was just plain evil. And this is what Brandon had to say about it. He said, yeah, I definitely felt some parallel between my case and Jodi's. I don't know a lot about it, but that psychiatrist sounds like an idiot. She's just evil. I hate when people say that. It's just a cop-out. What is evil? What makes a person become evil? Why is a person who makes one large mistake evil? Meaning himself, because that's how he's seen. Yeah. For me, I think that a person who consistently hurts others and enjoys it, doesn't care about it, is what is really evil. That's the difference between doing a bad thing and being a bad person. But everything has a root cause to it. And as a psychiatrist, he should know more than anyone that every single action people take corresponds to the brain in one way or another. That was going to be my main focus today. He said there was a particular sniper was a normal person until a tumor damaged his brain. Does that make him evil or just damaged?
Oh, is that that's the tower sniper, is it?
Yeah.
He was referring to. Okay.
And I personally agree with him, with Brandon, about evil being a cop-out term, because it doesn't allow for like the many complexities of living and really surviving in modern Western civilization. Like, evil is an adjective, it's a descriptive term. And it expresses technically an opinion or a judgment. And it's not like factually verifiable. Like, evil can't be like scientifically assessed or statistically proven. And the notion of what's evil, it technically varies from one person to the next.
Yeah.
And it involves like one's personal perspective.
Wow. Yeah. And what's interesting as well is it's pretty much, would you agree that it's so attached to religion, the concept
I was
of
going to
good
say,
and evil?
Yep. I was going to bring that up. Yep, definitely. Especially, well, in this country now, I was doing some research earlier, and I didn't know this, that the United States has the highest percentage of people who practice Christianity in the world, and I didn't know that. And it also said that there's an effort, particularly in this country, to kind of marry religion and law. We want to make certain beliefs and values, make them policy. And that's when things kind of get a little sticky. But our country, the US, people came here for religious freedom. And then the way that the Europeans got this country was basically to convert the Native Americans. So so I'm not trying to talk about religion. I'm actually trying to talk about history.
Mhm.
Our country was really founded on a very strong foundation of religious freedom and religious belief, and I feel that that there's a direct line between what's happening today, the way the world is today, particularly in terms of politics and in terms of criminal justice. There's a direct line that goes all the way to that religion, way back, hundreds upon hundreds of years ago.
And I really do believe that the founding principles of the United States, and this is not to, and I know Shirl's joined us here. Hi, Shirl.
Oh, hi, hey, what's up?
Hey,
Hey.
Glad you're here.
thank
So
you.
yeah, I mean, I genuinely believe that the founding principles that underlie the American system, are the greatest principles that exist in any state.
Hmm.
I really do believe that, the separation of
Church and state, yeah.
yeah.
That's what I was getting at, yeah. You're right.
Yeah,
And
but that line's getting blurred a lot lately too, though.
well, this is one of the ironies, right? Despite having such principles of freedom in its origins, that a lot of people perceive America to be becoming like almost a big brother state in a way, although on the other hand, you can say, well, the fact that cops wear body cams now, the fact that trials are almost
Right.
always filmed,
Televised, yeah.
that's a great thing, right? There's a big argument over here right now about that.
Really?
Yeah, we're such a conservative
Yes.
society that it's going to take a while, I think, but it will happen eventually.
I
That's
think
really
it's a good thing, though. It's kind of like a CYA for everybody. Short term. I mean, there's lots of ramifications for a lot of that stuff, but short term, it protects the law enforcement. It protects the accused.
I agree.
Because there's no he said, she said. Now, again, there's a caveat that, what's that old saying? Believe nothing of what you hear and only half of what you see. So even videos can be subjective. But if you have the entire body cams, then that's a little bit different. Like what we saw with the Gabby Petito, we got to see the different body cams from different officers. But anyways, I do think that, again, short term, it's a good thing. I can see where there is also problems with it, but that's a whole nother story. Get back to the evil thing really quick. So I think everybody has an opinion of what evil is. Everybody has their own internal definition of what is evil. So actually, I'm how old now? And I actually just Googled it, and it's profoundly immoral and wicked. So if you're going by that definition, my opinion, no. Just because a person does a bad thing or a bad person does bad things doesn't necessarily, in my opinion, and even before I Googled it, make them evil. Evil is...
if a good person does a good thing, it doesn't mean they're good.
Well, right. That doesn't make them an angel, now does it?
Right.
So, people do bad things. People do horrible, terrible things. And sorry. A lot of people want to say, because somebody does something really bad, murder a child or something like that, that makes them evil. In my opinion, that's not necessarily a prerequisite for being evil. I mean, yeah, it's a horrible thing, but evil to me is a whole different thing. I got to go on mute. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like just the phrase evil, just like a lot of mental descriptions are just tools, that are kind of easy for us to use, so we all know what we're talking about. But is there such a thing? To me, it's about the nature and nurture thing, right? Is there something embedded with people that we would refer to as being evil? Is there something embedded there prior to when they're born, right? Or is everything, are all the characteristics that form who everyone is, are they all created post-birth, you know?
I think it can
Or
be either or. It depends on the person. It's person to person. It's case to case.
that, yeah, that seems to be the kind of scientific opinion now, right? It's almost like you know, the thought of the fact that some people have a higher propensity to develop cancer or certain diseases, right?
Yes.
It's in the DNA essentially, right? To some extent. So it's kind of a bit of both, right?
Yes.
So let me,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead. No. Go ahead.
So I wanted to, there's a kind of contradiction that I've noticed about myself when I'm thinking about, you know, evil,
Mm-hmm.
and it's regarding capital punishment.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have an opinion on capital
Yes.
punishment? Yeah.
Yes.
Would you like to share what you think?
I'm very against it. Completely, 100%, 110, 200%. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you would say
No.
that. Yeah.
You know me well.
Well, the contradiction I've noticed in myself, right, is that
Mm-hmm.
I think cognitively
Mm-hmm.
that there's a genesis to anyone's problems, that what we would define as being evil, that is essentially fundamentally out with someone's control. It's involuntary,
Yes.
right? Whoever created someone's issues. But the contradiction is, I don't think I would have a problem putting to death whoever really did kill the Delphi girls,
Mm-hmm.
if it is Richard Allen or not. And just seeing his face coming up recently, I know he's innocent until proven guilty, but he kind of reminded me of this topic, which has always fascinated me about true crime,
Mm-hmm.
is how do these people sleep at night? And I
Right. The
think,
people who are keeping it under
yeah,
wraps. And yeah.
yeah. But I'm kind of okay with that contradiction. The fact that I would have
Uh-huh.
no issue putting to death those people that did that to those two girls, but I know it would essentially be wrong to put them to death. So I'm kind of accepting my own human frailty or weakness, in a sense, that I would happily put them to death.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. My feeling, the reason that I feel the way that I do is I'm kind of one of those proponents of why do we kill people to show people that killing people is wrong. It just, it's, you know, it's that eye for an eye thing. And I also think it's interesting. You know, we look at death as this that would be the ultimate punishment, right? How do we know that death isn't going to be a better place?
Yeah.
How do we know that we're not, you know, we're not sending these people off who are in the proverbial electric chair? Yeah. How do we know that we're not sending them off to somewhere that's awesome?
Yeah.
So I think it's interesting that we see this as definitely a punishment. Now, the method of execution is disturbing, and the lethal injection. I did actually hear that in the States I believe, is there anybody in the chat who knows this? I think there's 1 or 2 states that still do the electric chair.
I think there is.
Yeah. But yeah, I just think that it's.
There's a few of them. Alabama.
Oh, cool.
Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Kentucky, and Tennessee.
Wow, 5.
Arkansas and Oklahoma laws provide for its use should lethal injection ever be held to be unconstitutional.
Gotcha.
I don't know. I mean, I'd rather have a shot than be electrocuted.
Yeah, I would too.
I mean, if you're going to make lethal injection unconstitutional, I don't know about the electric chair, but
yeah, yeah.
Yep, 5.
And just to your point as well, when you really think about it, the death penalty to me only really makes sense if you believe in a heaven and hell. Because like you say...
And we're back to the religion again.
Exactly.
Right.
Wait, say that again, what?
To me, the death penalty only really makes sense if you believe in a hell. Right? Because to be one of these people, to have a life sentence, right, and to have the closest thing to misery, which to me is the imprisonment of your own mind, right, to be left alone with your own guilt for decades upon decades until you wilt away into the earth, is a far higher punishment than just going to sleep.
But this is what you and I talked about. You're under the assumption that these people actually carry guilt. Then if they do have remorse or feel guilt about their actions, then yes, it's possible living in their own minds can be a form of punishment. But not everybody that commits crimes that are worthy of the death penalty, or what, you know, each state qualifies as a death penalty, have that. So
do you not think the kind of person you're describing, right? Do you not think that they would inevitably get broken down into their constituent parts eventually?
No,
in a prison like that?
I think there are some people, and those are the people in my mind that fall under the evil. They just have no remorse. They have, you know what, the things that they did and who they did it to were no more important than the bug on the street to them. So they feel no guilt. I don't feel guilty when I kill a bug. I don't think about it. I don't spend days thinking, oh, I bet that ant, you know, he's being missed back in the colony. I don't think that. I don't think about it. And I think that there are some people that look at other human beings the exact same way, and they don't think about it. They just don't. To me, those are the evil people. The only problem is, how are you ever going to know? There's no test that proves that, because, you know, people can say a lot of things and fake remorse and all of that.
But at the same time, if you don't know that there's a hell coming after, it could just be some incredibly benevolent God that just forgives everyone, and everyone goes to a heavenly Disneyland. Like, how do you know that that's not what's coming?
So
if you put them to death.
Okay, so I believe in heaven and hell. You know, we've talked about this, you know, not the classical Bible version of whatever, but if somebody had done something to one of my family members that I thought warranted the death penalty, I wouldn't want that person to die because the thought that they're going to go to hell and pay for eternity. To tell you the truth, I don't really care about what the hell happens to them after they're gone. My only thought would be, I do not want them on this earth breathing air. And the fact that maybe there isn't a heaven or a hell, and that their existence just gets extinguished. They don't get to wake up and have breakfast. They don't get to have Christmas, even though they are in prison. They still have, it's just a different social life. It's not the same it's not as great. You can't run to McDonald's, but they still have Christmas parties. They still have Christmas pageants. They celebrate New Year's. They still have some sort of a life. The fact that they will never have that, they will never get to see their loved ones again. That's where I would be perfectly fine with it. It's not the fact thinking that they're going to go to hell is what would give me comfort. Because, you know, again, even if you believe in God and, you know, heaven and hell, you start getting crossed lines there, because there are some people that believe it almost doesn't matter what you do here on earth, you can be forgiven and go to heaven. That would actually piss me off even more. If, you know, knock on wood, I got to heaven and I saw that person was there too. I'd be like, forget it. I don't even want any part of this. So for me, it's not about the heaven and the hell thing. It's about punishment for what they did, and the fact that you will no longer Like I said, you're not going to have breakfast. You're not going to have a Christmas tree. You're not going to celebrate New Year's. You're not going to see any of your loved ones ever again. That's your punishment. You will no longer exist.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a really annoying question then, right? But bear in mind that I, like you, would have no problem putting someone like that to death, right? Even though I believe cognitively it's probably wrong to do that. So if I had to vote, like on a, politically against capital punishment, I probably would. But at the same time, I'd have no problem pressing that switch, right? But the annoying question, right, is hypothetically, if you knew for a fact, right, that this person that you wanted to put to death, it was proven that something occurred to him in his childhood that was completely out with his control, that started the dominoes falling over, that led to him being so mentally disturbed that he did what he did. But at root, he was essentially a victim. Would you still feel the same way?
We've had this conversation, and I don't think you liked my answer. And again, these are all subjective. I mean, until I'm actually in that exact situation, I'm not 100% positive how I would react. But thinking about it, I don't care. I don't care what happened to you in your past. If you did something so atrocious to somebody, it deserves a punishment, regardless.
Well, even if there was a genesis out with their control.
Well, I think with most people, there usually is, except for, like I said, those few people that I personally consider evil, where they were
that inherit something. Right?
Yeah, yeah. So I do believe with most people. So I saw Bebop said in there, somebody that goes in and shoots up a bunch of kids. Obviously, this kid had issues, and he probably had, I don't know, I didn't watch the trial. It was really annoying.
Parkland, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But the fact, regardless, it just boils down to, I just don't care. I don't care what happened in your past. You took 16 lives. Was it 16 or 17? You took those lives, and you did it callously. You talked about it before you did it. You bragged about it after you did it. I don't care. I don't care what got you to that point. The point is that you got to that point, and now you're going to be punished. So you have a kid that's at home being, don't have great parents. I'm not saying abused, but don't have great parents. They're not there for them. They don't help them with their homework. They, things like that. So the kid doesn't come to school with their homework done. Does the teacher give them a pass for that because they didn't have the parents there, or they didn't have the family support to help them? No, the kid's still going to get an F for not having his homework done. I mean, there's just repercussions for certain things. And I know that that's a really mild example, but I don't feel, like I said, most people I think probably do have something that started them down the road that they ended up where they did. But for me, it doesn't matter.
But just push the question further forward, right? Like, just imagine there was a family member that witnessed their kid getting killed, right, in a school shooting. And that's a horrible thing to imagine, right? But what if the trauma that they went through as a result of this maniac turned them into a future killer? Would you have any sympathy for them at all because of what they suffered? Or would you say,
I will say the same thing that I told my kids growing up. If you do something to defend yourself and it's still against the rules, like fighting at school, if you feel like you need to do it, then you do it. But you also have to be aware there's going to be repercussions. Regardless of what your reason is for doing something, there's still a repercussion for it. So if you feel like you need to defend yourself, then you go right ahead, but just be prepared. You're going to get suspended because that's the rule at school. No hitting, nothing, period. Da, 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 da. And I think I feel the same way. And I've thought that about, I think what you're saying is a little bit different, but where a parent, murders the person that hurt their kid. Personally, I still believe, that we have laws. You're not allowed to kill people, regardless of how justified you are to do it. So I would like to think that I would be one of those people that would be able to do that. you know, just go out and kill that person. But I would also be prepared to take the punishment that comes along with that, because regardless of my reasoning, I still broke the law.
Fair enough.
So if somebody watched their kid be killed and it turned them into a murder, regardless of who they're murdering, no, there's still repercussions for that.
Did you ever see the case from years ago, where it was some, I think it was a karate or boxing trainer or something, was abusing kids that were in his care, and he eventually got caught, and he was getting extradited, and he was coming into the airport, and the news cameras were all there, and there was reporters following him, filming him walking in with the cops on either side. And one of the fathers of one of the victims was standing, waiting, pretending that he was on a call, and he turned around and blew his head off right in front of the cameras. That was his decision, and a lot of people had a lot of sympathy for him, you know.
Yeah.
But there's certainly a distinction, right, between that crime and other crimes, obviously.
I want to actually offer a kind of a perspective that we haven't really discussed, which is focusing on the brain and the brain's role in this, because I feel that the brain is really what's at play when we're witnessing something that we again, going back to the term of evil. That's really what's really happening, is what's happening in the brain. The brain, obviously, we know, controls like our entire anatomy. Yeah. It also controls our thinking, our feeling, how we process information, how we react to things, and consciousness, our entire experience of what we call reality. And in a certain sense, we are our brain. I do believe that we are more than just the organ in our head.
I hope so.
But we rely on our brain to function so that we can function. And if anything goes wrong with the brain, whether it's neuro, if it's biological, if it's mental, emotional, we're kind of in trouble. If you compare it to like a computer's CPU, which is essentially the brain of a computer, when your computer gets attacked by a virus, you can't open up anything. Files get corrupted and deleted. You lose stuff. Everything slows down, and you're basically screwed. If your computer's brain doesn't function, you don't have a working computer, in essence. The same goes for the human brain, and a lot of different things can cause a brain imbalance. I find that with a lot of offenders, there's a couple different things that I see repeatedly. One is frontal lobe damage, which is directly connected to homicidal thinking and action. There are offenders who, homicidal offenders who before their injury, so they've had an injury, whether they've had like a car accident or what was it, Aaron Hernandez, football player, repeated head trauma. And before the trauma, they don't have these thoughts or were anything, didn't have any mental health issues that would have pointed to them becoming homicidal. But after the injury, that's when they suddenly become aberrant. We were talking about the sniper.
Yeah, Charles Whitman, right?
Right, had a brain tumor, and that I assume that they had. I'm not familiar with the case because Brandon just mentioned it to me today, but that's kind of goes in that category. Then you have a very high percentage of offenders have adverse childhood experiences, trauma. There's something, it's called ACEs. It's an acronym for that term.
ACEs.
And ACEs, ACES. And there's a scale, and it's, I believe it's 10 questions. And the higher you are on the scale, like basically it's adverse things that have happened in one's childhood. Anything from I saw my parents hitting each other on a regular basis to I suffered CSA. The higher you are up on the scale, the more things that you can check off on that list, the higher risk there is for you to have physical and mental health issues later in life, as well as issues with the law.
Yeah.
Untreated mental health problems are a problem to begin with, but they exacerbate with age and especially with time. So if you don't get them, if you don't have treatment, they're just going to get worse. And then, you know, let's throw in substance abuse. You know, when you were playing that clip, again, I don't know much about that case, but it sounded like he had substance abuse issues and that they may have played a role in the crime.
I think it was mostly alcohol with him.
Mm-hmm. And so, you know, what most people say is, well, that's fine. So they had this abuse or they had the injury, blah, blah, blah. But it doesn't make what they did. It doesn't matter because it doesn't excuse what they did.
Yeah.
Now, you know, my reaction to that is, well, isn't that self-evident? I mean, isn't that kind of, that goes without saying, right? We are all kind of understanding that we're all empathetic people. And the reason that we would be talking about crime in the first place is because we are concerned about it as an issue. Many people, though, they seem to rest there. Like, issuing blame is the goal of the discussion. And once you get to the blame part, we're done. And for me, the focus on condemnation, on blame, ends a discussion. It shuts it down. And it makes a statement to me. It's basically, there's only one way to talk about this, and it's about issuing blame, and that's it. And for me to explore and research a crime objectively, to go beyond, let's say, moralization, is not, there's nothing weird about that. It's quite the opposite. We want to understand why and how crimes occur, right? Mm-hmm. And for me, it's essential that understanding that is essential toward future crime prevention.
Yeah.
And
I completely agree.
Yeah. I just want to mention one more thing, is that blame and condemnation. Now, you know, Shirl, you were talking about issuing punishment, and I'm like, you know, obviously when somebody takes the life of someone else, you know, that person there have to, like you said, there have to be consequences. That person has to be banished from society in some aspect. It's unacceptable. So, you know, I think that's kind of obvious, right? So what happens is, I think that offenders, I think that the whole thing, the reason that people, let's say on social media, that they're so preoccupied with the blame part is for a couple of reasons. It gives us a sense of control, especially over the unwanted behavior.
Yeah. It's easier to believe that there exists monsters that are separate from us, that we're a different species to these killers, right? I think that's a sort of kind of natural default setting that we want to have, right?
Right. It's almost like a contamination thing. The offender is kind of viewed as, well, that person isn't like us, not like me. Mm-hmm. And we want to keep the, quote, bad thing in a container. We want to keep it away from the rest of us.
Yeah.
Now, what I think is interesting is that there is a social stigma to that, and that people, I think, Shirl, were you saying this? We're not necessarily the sum of our actions. Somebody can do something horrific, but it doesn't mean they're a horrific person. It means what they did was horrific.
Right. Yes.
There's a big distinction there.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
I, you know,
That's a big point.
so,
yeah.
but the brain, I feel, I mean, I've been thinking a lot more about this lately, and I'm really, I feel so strongly that I'm kind of asking myself questions about this, like, well, if, you know, the brain is such an incredible freaking organ, and we have barely begun to crack its abilities and its capabilities. I mean, what do they say? We use like some minute
Small
percentage per day of what we have up there, and you know, as being the species with the most developed brain, I think that we need to act like it more and think more and realize that there is a scientific link to criminal behavior, to deviance, and that it's not a moral issue. It's a health issue. So that's kind of where I am. I'm just speaking for me.
Yeah.
I'm just speaking for me. You know, that's
I
where I
would-
go with
I
this
would
stuff.
agree with you. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said. The only thing is we're just now starting to understand that what mental health plays into a lot of the behaviors of these criminals, right? So, you know, even 30 years ago, nobody ever took into account, well, you know, they have the frontal lobe damage, they, you know, all these other issues. But to go back to what you were saying, for some of those, we're not talking about somebody that's been injured, you know, has some sort of injury that changes their personality, because we all know that that's actually being highly with football players and military people and things like that. But okay, so this is my question, and I'm not a doctor, and I haven't done a lot of research on this. So, you know, you've got someone that has, you know, has had a brain injury, and we're not talking about the traumatic brain injury things where, you know, it changes their personalities, but something, you know, when they were younger. Other than cognitive behavioral therapy, and that's only if you get to it pretty well. I mean, you can, depending on how damaged they are, it can help, but only if the person's willing to take it. But so here's my question: you've got somebody that has and you can pinpoint it back to partially to a physical injury that they've had that's changed the way that their brain thinks, and you know, stuff like that. But you can't fix that. So how would you ever feel safe? So here's a question. If somebody they found out had this horrible past, they were beaten into oblivion by their parents, they were starved and it changed their brains, and they have all these diagnoses, and that's what caused them to go on these psycho, and I'm using air quotes, psycho rampages, killing people. If a doctor said, okay, look, we have him in therapy and he's on medication and all this, would you feel comfortable with that person not being?
No,
I guess the question comes to, because in most states, in fact, all of them, I'm pretty sure, they are not allowed to execute somebody who is diagnosed as criminally, or not criminally, mentally handicapped in some sort of way. So there comes in all the tests and all that, IQ levels and things like that. But so what do we do with people like that if they can never be fixed? There's something about, and again, I'm not a doctor, so I can't even give you examples, but there are some people that just are so damaged that they can never be fixed.
Absolutely.
Do we just, and let's say they did something really, you know, not just a bad thing, but they are bad people doing bad things because of these injuries and because of these mental disorders that they have, but they can never be quote unquote fixed. What do we do with them?
It's a good question, because
go on.
Sorry, just quickly to say, it's a good question, right? Because I think it's it's by definition impossible to ever know that someone is fully rehabilitated. That can never be known. There's no test that there will ever be, where they can strap someone up to some wires and cables and say for certain this guy will never kill again.
Right.
God, but wouldn't that be nice?
It would.
I mean, you think like maybe in 50 or 100 years, they'll be able to do that. They'll be able to go into their brain and go, okay, so when he says he feels bad and he'll never do it again, he really means it. And this guy's a lie. I mean, that would be so nice. It would make things so much easier. But right now, in my mind, we tend to have to fall on the side of caution, protect civilization from these people. Because, again, part of it is the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. I don't know. I mean, Rabid and I, we've talked about this. There really, in my mind, there isn't really a clean cut answer to a lot of these questions. I do agree with you about the mental health. They've done brain scans on criminals versus people that aren't criminals, and what part of their brains are actually firing most of the time, and they're not the same as ours. And they've also done studies on brains of convicted killers, and they're just not the same.
Correct.
But again, what do we do with that? I mean, that leads us down until we know.
We have to function in society, don't we? That's
right. And how do we know if it's a bad person doing bad things all the time, or just a person that did a bad thing? How do we know the difference unless they do it again? And unfortunately, that's going to take more victims to figure that out. I mean, I don't know. There's just really not a very good answer.
Well, what's interesting? I didn't know this until Brandon told me about it, but he was just, they give you assessments periodically to gauge whether you, how you're seeing, I'm not really quite sure exactly. I need to look it up, but how you're viewing your offense, and where you are in terms of your mental health, if you've improved, if you need like anger management. They do have classes like that in prison. I think what is really a major issue in prisons is that there really is no solid mental health help. They don't get the kind of treatment that they may get a medication prescribed. I always do that, but they don't get therapy. There's no one that they can talk to about what happened. That's a professional. They don't get any kind of solid clinical help when they're inside, and that needs to change.
Pink just said that she's involved with a prison that has developed mental health unit. So yeah,
there are there's mental health wings there, but that doesn't mean that they get the help that they need.
Well, I mean,
they're just classified that way.
Well, even on the outside, though, I mean, technically, there's a lot of people who need help, and we all know them. I mean,
and a lot of them end up in jail.
Right. Yeah. They need help, and they can't get it on the outside either. So mental health.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. It's definitely a problem. I don't know if it's a problem all over the world. I mean, I believe it's a pretty big problem here in the United States. But I also think that, like I said, I mean, I wasn't born yesterday. I would like to think I was, but I wasn't. So, I've seen the growth of people first rejecting anything to do with mental health. When I grew up, it was there's nothing wrong with you. It's all in your head. And it was kind of like the joke going, well, of course it's all in my head. That's the problem. And then people came around. It became a little more acceptable. And now it is talked about. I mean, my daughter got me hooked on TikTok. Oh, good Lord. Oh, Jesus. There's a lot.
I don't understand TikTok.
I don't either. And somehow I get in these funky algorithms every now and then, and all of a sudden every other one is mental health videos. So it is becoming more acceptable to talk about, and people are talking about it, and trying to raise awareness about it. And so I do think that's a good thing. I just don't think we're quite there yet as far as crossing that bridge, because kind of what you were saying earlier, people want to put blame when and I personally, I'm not talking about somebody that goes out and robs, or even home invasions, even though those are pretty traumatic things to happen to you as a person. But we're talking about murders, especially multiple murders, and heinous murdering. People don't care about the mental health. All they care about is the pain that was caused by that person. So and I do know that there are organizations that are trying to help those types of prisoners, but people are just resistant because they're angry, they're hurt, they're mad, and they want retribution. I mean, that's what it boils down to.
Just look at
and I don't know if that'll ever be fixed. I don't know if the people will come around to that. Again, mental health is a big thing, but when you start talking about mental health with prisoners and crimes, all of a sudden people just kind of shut down on that.
Right.
And I understand that. It's natural. There's something fundamentally unsatisfying about the concept of rehabilitation for a stone cold killer.
Why?
I think it's just...
How is that healthy for society, though?
But I think it's because people don't know. Again, we don't know. We can talk about rehabilitation all day long, but the recidivism, I can never say this word.
Recidivism, I know.
I know, the recidivism, I don't know, rate is almost as high as the actual crime rate. So people are very leery to even believe in the rehabilitation. And again, part of the rehabilitation for a lot of these people would include mental health. And we know that that's not happening across the board. I mean, like, Pink was talking about, and I know that there are other prisons that do offer things like that, but it's not a standard thing.
No, it isn't.
So people don't tend to believe in rehabilitation. So I know that there's been a lot more of after prison rehabilitation type things. There are people that are starting up foundations. I'm trying to help prisoners, because that's the other piece of this. You could, maybe somebody is quote unquote rehabilitated, but then they get sent out. Okay, you're released. Yeah, you're on probation. You have to see a probation officer every month or every couple of weeks or whatever. But other than that, you're on your own. And these are people who maybe have been in jail 10, 20, 30 years.
Yes.
Where the hell did they start? I mean, you think about any 18-year-old that gets thrown out into the streets. Yeah, it happens. But most of the time, the parents are there to kind of hobble them along until they learn the ways of the world. Well, these people get thrown out. So even though they quote unquote may be rehabilitated, after a while, they kind of have to go back to the only thing that they know. And that's what they end up doing. So again, that flies in the face of rehabilitation. Did it not work? Well, maybe it did, but maybe we failed them by just throwing them out into the world going, okay, you figure it out on your own. I mean, with a felony or umpteen felonies on your record, you don't have a driver's license. You have to put down your felony on your job application. Yeah. So 90% of the people aren't going to hire you. You have no transportation. You have no place to live. What are they going to do?
And I'm also, I worry a bit as well in regards to what's become really prevalent in the last kind of decade or so in Western society. That we've kind of become, on a whole, so incredibly liberal and coddling. There's almost been a overcorrection in some senses, when it comes to rights. Everyone agrees in equal rights and things, right? But it's in the last decade or so, it's kind of overcorrected, and it's starting to get kind of silly. I don't know if you guys would agree with that.
Can you give an example?
Okay, say it can, to me.
Ow! Sorry, my cat just clawed me.
You okay
your cat have something to add? Maybe your cat has
right.
something to add.
Go on.
So there's this, I think we've all noticed, it's become there's almost been a race to be seen as being special in general, right? To be seen to have some kind of victimhood badge or status, or some kind of minority status. And I think the best example, right, has been this whole pronoun thing, from a few years ago, right? Which to me kind of underlines the overcorrection that is occurring, where everyone wants to be seen as being special. I can choose to indict you of a hate crime if you don't choose the name that I desire for myself.
Right.
Right. And I think there's a big danger in that, where people just grow up through the universities and through colleges so coddled that they fall to pieces in the big bad world out there.
Right.
And that's that kind of angle is something that would kind of worry me a bit when we're talking about rehabilitation. I mean, you could get into the perverse situation where
I agree with you. I agree with you, but I think when it comes to rehabilitation, the whole coddling thing, I don't think that would necessarily take place. If someone is not rehabilitated, they're only going to take your assistance for so long, and then they're going to take off and go do their own thing, which is probably more crimes.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I mean, right? You could be in the perverse situation where offenders almost have more access to help than people that are living the best lives that they can out there, right? That are struggling on a day-to-day basis to survive and to get any help, right?
Yeah.
That would be the overcorrection that could be possible.
But that's always a thing, at least here in the US, where, one demographic gets something, then another demographic cries and whines and complains. And I'm not saying it's not warranted, but, you get, as far as like taxes, certain people get tax breaks and this, and then the low income gets tax breaks. And then, you've got the middle income people who are like, well, hey, we're just they're like the middle child. We're kind of screwed right here. We get nothing. So there's always going to be somebody that doesn't like that somebody else is getting something. But I agree. Mental health is a thing. This goes into another big subject, but mental health, physical health, I don't think anybody should have to suffer because they can't afford to go to a doctor, regardless of what kind of a doctor it is. I don't think anybody should have to suffer because they can't afford their medication. And I know in some countries that's not an issue. Right. In our country, it's a very big issue. Right. I was prescribed, so I take 3 different high blood pressure pills. Imagine that.
Wow.
And one of them is basically, it's almost just like a water pill, right? So my insurance for that covers everything but like $3. Now, the actual main high blood pressure pill that I take is $120 a month, and my insurance pays like $5 of that. And it makes no sense. I mean, I know my grandma had heart medication, and her insurance didn't cover it. So, because it was like $300 a pill or something outrageous like that.
Yep.
So people shouldn't have to die. They shouldn't have to suffer because they can't afford these things. But unfortunately, it is. And just because not everybody can get mental health or physical health treatment, I don't think we should say nobody should get it. I mean, I don't know. I haven't really thought about this till you said this, Rabid. But I mean, I think I don't know. I think,
do you know what I think is cool is that we all have subtly different instincts when it comes to these questions, right? But I think it's cool that we can be aware of those differences, right? Just talk it out. It's interesting, right? Because I don't think any of us are, embedded in a certain opinion, right? We're not sticking our flags into a hilltop, right? Independent. Like, we just want to talk it out. It's cool.
But I think that's part of the thing is everybody discussing it and coming, telling their points of view, which aren't, Rabid and I usually kind of disagree on almost everything that we talk about.
Would you believe it?
Because we come at it from totally different sides, but it's cool because, I hear his side and I'm like, okay, so I understand what you're saying. Now I'm thinking about it. I still don't think I agree, but at least I understand now what I didn't understand 10 minutes ago. So, I mean, I think that's a good thing. And talking about it, if people aren't talking about it, nothing can ever be done about it. Not like, we're going to fix the world, but,
I'll break you down eventually, Shirl. Or maybe not. Maybe you'll break me down.
Well, you are going for second degree with Sarah. I have kind of got you leaning more to that.
Oh, when is that?
You won't believe this. It's been delayed again.
Yeah, no, I believe it. Believe me, I know.
Yeah,
I've been there.
Yeah. When I sent it to him and he was like, this is never going to go to trial. And I don't even think I responded to you, Robin, but I did. I smiled. I'm like, this is what American courts are like.
Yeah.
Usually it's like, it's at least 4 or 5 different court dates set before they actually go to trial.
Yep.
It's typical. It's typical.
Absolutely.
So here we are going, yeah, that's life.
I know.
January the 30th. Unreal.
Yeah.
I mean, selfishly, I just want to see this trial.
Yeah, I know.
You know what? Now that you said that, you put that out into the universe, she's gonna plead.
Right. Right.
Most likely.
Then you'll have to write her and see if you can get a pen pal thing going. And
I'd love to write to Sarah.
Do it.
Well, you could. I bet you that woman would write you back. She's so.
You think?
Yeah. She's. I think she loves to talk about herself. So.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Did you see Pink's thing about the psychiatrist?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That
would be awesome.
Yeah, MP Jordan Pearson would agree with your point there.
Oh, I agree fully with that. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really, I go back to that too. I mean, I was thinking about what Shirl said earlier, like, oh, this opens up a whole other thing. But
this is why Rabid and I have 12-hour conversations. We start off with one subject, and then all of a sudden, tentacles.
I really do feel that most people are spending every single day not engaged in an activity that really has anything to do with who they are. I think.
Wow.
Well, I think
said that. MP said that people need to have a purpose.
That's what I'm referring to his comment. Yeah. And I'm not a socialist or anything, but I do think that capitalism is a problem because it causes you to value something outside yourself, financial gain over people. Why do we have the health system that we have, Shirl? Because of money. Because that way the insurance companies make big bucks. And it's all I always think of in All the President's Men, Deep Throat, his comment, follow the money, because that is always why whenever there's any kind of mystery, I always think about the money first, because that's what I mean. It whether we like it or not, it controls our life paths. And I think that it's, how many people are doing jobs they freaking hate every single day just to make a freaking paycheck, and how much are they actually making?
I'd say a conservative estimate would be about 99.99% of people.
Yeah. And so I think that's why we have more crime. I definitely believe that's why we have rife substance abuse issues, people are overspending because I think they feel like they need rewards for putting in their hours all week. It's depressing. And I think that if we could actually follow a different path that wasn't based on financial gain, we would be such a different society. We would be healthier. And what's the answer to that? I have no fucking idea. But
there isn't. I don't think there is.
Not
one.
now.
You're judged by society in general, what you drive, what you wear, where you work, what your job is. I mean, we were just talking about this in another group today, where somebody,
really?
They would say, so they're just a house cleaner, like that's like
classism,
yeah. And so you're judged by that. So people are always trying to, what's that saying? Keep up with the Joneses. And unfortunately, that's the way it is for a lot of people. And again, this goes to the money thing. I know somebody who is actually, it's not me, but I know someone who has filed for bankruptcy 3 times, and she still has no problem getting a brand new car. It took me years to be able to get my credit cleaned up from my ex-husband. I never filed for bankruptcy, but he had a bunch of credit cards. Long story, I ended up taking the credit cards in lieu of his stake in the building, but it took me like 4 or 5 years to pay it off. But it took me years to get that off my credit, so where I could afford to buy a new car. But this person, bankruptcy 3 times, no problem, we'll give you a car. So it's things like that cause. It's just a whole lot of things. It's a whole lot of things. It's so easy for people to get credit. And then, of course, nobody gets, a credit card thinking, I'm going to get this. I'm going to rack it up and not be able to afford to pay it. They don't think that, but that's what happens. And then, again, we go back into the crime, the low income people and even middle income people, because they rack up they make $100,000, $150,000 a year, but they have $300,000 in debt.
Exactly.
Not even including their homes,
Exactly.
So,
I mean, look at the Watts case.
Yes. So, So again, I'm just playing into your comment about it's the money. And it's all about, and it's the perception. And I don't know how that can be fixed. I mean, I remember when I told my mom and my language arts teacher, when I was 12th grade, so I grew up in a really small town. I couldn't wait to move to the big city of Anchorage, which, in comparison is not big, but I wanted to be a limo driver. I love to drive. To this day, I still love to drive. I love driving. I wanted to be a limo driver. My mom just looked at me. My language teacher said, "You can't do that." And I was like, "Why?" She just looked at me like I was dumb. Anyways, I never did get to be a limo driver.
Soul time. Although
that's true. That's true.
I like that.
But as you get older, then you realize that your life, once you have kids and things like that, then all of a sudden these dreams that you had, because I did have dreams of doing things that didn't make a lot of money. And I always said, most of the things I'm super interested in, they're volunteer stuff. They're not stuff that people get paid to do.
Me too.
Yeah. So, I thought, well, one day if I'm ever independently wealthy, but that's not happening. So, and that's what sucks, is because I could live very minimally. Now I can. Now, I'm divorced. My kids are grown. I could live minimally. But raising a family, you can't do that.
No, I don't know how people do it. Oh, my God.
They don't. That's why they take crappy jobs that pay enough to pay their bills, or take 2 or 3 jobs to pay their bills. And anyways, so that just goes to the money thing.
Yep.
It reminds me of the Pink Floyd famous line,
Cliche,
money is the root of all evil. But
there you go. Back to evil.
Just pair that materialism, though, with this incredible narcissism as a society that we have. I don't think anyone could deny that we've never been in a more narcissistic society.
I agree.
When you think about kids growing up these days, they're almost being taught that they're not anyone unless they're a mini celebrity. And people are being taught that they can have it, whether it's just on YouTube or a reality TV show. you know, they can go into a
Yep.
TV singing contest and they can be turned into a immediate star the next day. If they fail, they're thrown away. You know,
Oh, it's instant gratification.
instant gratification. Yeah.
Yes,
So if you
yes.
pair that
Sorry,
with the
guys.
materialism, it's a hell of a
Yep. It's a big one.
And that's part of a problem. My personal opinion. Now, my 26-year-old daughter disagrees with me. Her answer to everything is, "You're Gen X. You guys just hate everybody and you're mad at the world."
well. There's a bit
And
of
I'm like,
that.
no, we're not mad at the world. We're just sick and tired of you guys whining and bitching about the world. That's all. So we disagree on this, but it seems in my small world of younger people that I know, they don't seem to have that drive to want to work for things. They think, like what you said, the instant gratification. They should just, why? Because I'm worth this. So this employer should be thankful for having me. I said, I was not raised in that world. I was raised in the world where they're doing you the favor by giving you the job. You work your ass off to keep that job because they can just find somebody else.
Yeah.
But the younger kids now are like, no. They need to pay me more, and I want Thursdays off. And I'm thinking, that's not even a world that I can even comprehend. I don't even know. But I think that's kind of the way it's going. And and you throw in again the mental health. I don't necessarily think that there are more people with more mental health issues now than when I was younger. But I mean, I didn't know anybody that had anxiety, depression, to the degree that it is now, things like that, bipolar, things like that. Doesn't mean they didn't have it. Just means that people didn't get diagnosed with that because they didn't go to the doctors. But you throw in these kids that are out there expecting to get on TikTok or YouTube or Instagram and become famous, like what's this, Jeffree Star or whatever, and they're not. It throws them into these tailspins because their self-esteem suffers because they think, well, what's wrong with me?
Correct.
And
they're
you realize
taught that that's the norm, though, right?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
How do you fix that other than like me constantly reminding my daughter, you're not all that, honey. You're not all that. You got to work up to being all that. You're not there yet.
There has to be a correlation between those things that you mention and the fact that mental health has never been a bigger problem in the West. And you brought up, history earlier, Antimone. They always say that the Roman Empire fell when they didn't have anyone to conquer anymore, right? And they basically just entertained themselves to death. They became lazy. They became incredibly narcissistic. And there's this line, that historically, it's the wooden clogs that are walking up the stairs, but it's the silk slippers that walk back down. And you can sort of see a connection to what's going on now,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, history repeats itself.
Wait, say that again? I've never heard that. What about clogs and slippers?
Yeah, so it's like
either.
Yeah, I can't remember. I'm kind of paraphrasing, but they say, historically, it's the wooden clogs that walk up the stairs, that ascend, like empires climb when they're hungry and they need to invade. They need land, money, all those things. But then once they eat themselves up with narcissism and self-entertainment and gratification, it's the silk slippers that end up descending back down the stairs.
Oh.
The pagans at the door in Rome, they had the wooden clogs.
Yeah.
It made the society weak, essentially.
And
a lot of people think something quite similar is taking place right now. And if you look at China right now, that's your guys' next Cold War.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I don't think we're afraid of Putin anymore.
Putin is a paper tiger, essentially, isn't he?
Well, he did want to take Alaska back a couple months ago, so there was that.
Oh my goodness. Jesus.
It's too bizarre to actually comprehend what's going on there. I still
It
can't
is.
quite believe it's happening.
I know.
To be honest.
Yeah, it is.
So to circle back around to the
Evilness.
the mental health and the evilness. So I've thought about this in, especially being in the true crime, like, with the Villisca. Obviously, there were horrific things that happened in our distant past. But to me, and maybe I just haven't researched a whole lot of crimes back in the 1800s or 1900s. It does turn out apparently there were a lot of them done by axes, but that was more of a
Right.
that was the weapon of choice as opposed to
Involved.
guns, but not necessarily so much for brutality. But I don't even know where I'm going with this. What I'm going with this is it seems like, again, the brutality, the evil, and I'm using air quotes, evil, that seems to be more prevalent now. Is it just me, or does that seem to be? Okay, so for like school shootings didn't used to be a thing. I mean, even when I was in school, there wasn't.
Right.
I mean, there may have been one or two, but even then, I don't remember ever hearing about them. But now they're a constant thing. So is that
not an outlier though, the school shootings? Because remember before, Shirl, we looked up some of the homicide rates over history, and we were both kind of shocked to see that.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, you
never
have to
been lower.
take in like the Wild West. I mean, homicide rates versus the quote unquote evil type of killings. Like my opinion, whoever did Villisca was a seriously deranged person. I mean, because apparently he didn't do it for any gain other than killing. Nothing was stolen that they know of or anything like that. So that's more of a sadistic type killing. Murder rates, those happen. And I'm not talking about like the gangs and the drive-by shootings, retaliation type things. And to tell you the truth, I'm not even actually talking about like the domestic violence type killings. I'm talking about kids that walk into a school and just mow everybody down. People like Jeffrey.
The kind of anti-social type.
Yeah. Like a Jeffrey Dahmer, the sadistic ones. I can't even remember that other guy's name. It was a few years ago. He was Chang something. He kept the women chained in the basement or in this underground thing. Anyways, these sadistic, horrible things. Is it because mental health is becoming
good question
more?
Yeah, you could well be right. Yeah, those specific types of homicides. Yeah,
I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Not just murders in general, because to me, back to what we said, just because you kill somebody doesn't mean you're evil, and just because you even kill a couple people doesn't necessarily mean you're evil.
I think we were talking about the narcissism, and those crimes. I feel there's a certain there's, and some of these school shooters have confessed to this, that they wanted fame.
Yes.
And I think that fame is, I think that you can still break that down and like, well, what would fame mean to them? And I think what it's really about is a certain validation, a certain desire to be seen, heard. Like we were saying, these are kids who are usually somewhat antisocial, and it's usually because they feel rejected on a very deep level by their peers. They're most likely rejected at home. And so I think that their fantasy of being a notorious criminal, as I said, I think that it's originally a desire for validation, but the brain is kind of twisting it around and carrying out an act like that seem like a good thing, like a good idea. It's not healthy thinking. It's very pathological.
Oh, right. But something happened. something happened, and again, this is just me throwing this out there, is society part of the problem? Because again, when I was a kid, there were always those kids in school who any attention's better than no attention. So they would act up in class and they would get in trouble.
Yeah.
It never occurred to them to bring a gun to school. They just acted up and they, you know, cussed at the teacher and spent a lot of time in detention, whatever. But now it seems when the kids that any attention is good attention, even if it's bad attention, they go to the extreme. Is that because society has done what it does? Because nothing happens anymore.
Because with technology, with social media, everything gets viral really within an instant.
Yes.
It's instant. It's not, this might get on the news. It's going to be, everybody's freaking talking about this.
Worldwide. They're going to be on Wikipedia. They're going to
Correct. Yeah.
They're going to be all over YouTube. There's going to be TikTok. There's going to be Instagrams. And so, you know, even though, you know, they're in jail and they can't access all that, they know that they're going down in history, and they really are. So does that mean it's only going to get worse?
I believe it will. Personally, I do.
I think you've really hit on our truth.
I mean, you just look at all the shootings that we've had just in the past 12 months at parades, at grocery stores, at schools.
I know. I'm afraid to go anywhere.
I actually, it was so funny. This is the first time this has ever happened to me. I was going through YouTube and they had videos of where they were doing the big party in Houston for the Astros for winning the World Series. And my first thought was, you wouldn't catch my ass there.
I know.
$1 million.
Right.
And I'm thinking, that's horrible. That's so horrible, to where you think about these crowds. And so then that leads into how many people are developing, you know, anxiety, you know, going out in public, which is probably a very valid thing in some states, especially in some states. Yeah, I agree with you. I do think it's probably only going to get worse, because I don't want to say we glorify them, but we do. I mean, to a certain degree, like you said, they're everywhere. When something happens, it's everywhere, and it's worldwide now, where when I was in school, you had to actually wait until the next day when the paper came out, and it was old news by then. And you know, that kind of thing.
Yep.
Because incredibly corrupted minds, right? They still act logically, right? So if someone feels entirely invisible, it's better to be infamous than invisible, right?
Right. Yeah, totally. Yes. Yes.
And it's quite logical for them to do something like a school shooting, because they have obviously got to a state where their entire existence is something that they loathe, and society as an extension of that completely loathe it. They want to burn the whole building down. So it actually doesn't make logical sense for them to do what they do.
And when I was growing up, they thought Twisted Sister and AC/DC was going to take us all to hell.
I don't remember backwards messages, satanic messages on the records. Yeah, oh my God.
And I actually tried that. I actually did my backwards. So I tried to hear a message, and I never heard a message. So,
nice.
But no, that was the worst thing in the entire world. That was sending the whole young generation. We were all going to go to hell for that. And look at now. I mean, wow. It's scary. It's very scary now.
I can't imagine growing up now. Oh my goodness. I feel really lucky that I was spared that.
Yes.
You know, and that I grew up during an era that did not have social media or the internet.
Instant gratification as the norm, right?
Yeah, well, that and I mean, I think I would have probably, you know, been bullied online. I've been bullied online as an adult. I think that you know, that would have been. I don't think I could have handled that.
Well, I think you kind of live your life in fear too.
Oh yeah.
So just as a really simple example is, you know, here in our city, we have, you know, Alaska's worst drivers. So when anybody sees somebody doing something they don't like, they post, you know, they take a picture and they post it on Facebook. And, you know, lately it's gotten a lot better where people are like, dude, It's fine. He's literally just right up to the line. You know, when you go to park and you're in between the white lines there. They're not over the white line, but they're right up to it. Yeah, granted, we all kind of hate that because now when I go to open my door, I can't open it very well. Whatever.
Right.
But, you know, so that was kind of the joke with my friends and I. It's like, man, I don't even care, but I check that page every day because I am waiting for me to show up on
Yeah,
there.
it gives you, you get paranoid.
Yeah. I mean, it was like, yeah, because, you know, they take a picture of the
Right.
car, the person in the car, the license plate.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
like this constant surveillance.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine. Oh,
No.
that would be so bad if I grew up like that.
Right. Right.
Yeah. It's just, I agree with you. I would not want to be a young person in this day and age for any amount of money. I mean, I know people say it, but I'm going to agree. Like growing up in the 80s was pretty friggin' awesome. It really kind of was. It was kind of like the edge of the final part of the freedom, because, you know, later in the 90s, that's when the internet started coming. I mean, it wasn't full blown yet, but yeah. And so if you were to take a gun to school, you weren't going to be worldwide famous unless
right.
Yeah. Big happened. I mean, there was actually a school shooting in Alaska. One school shooting. It was in Barrow. I can't even remember. I think he only killed a teacher. Well, God, that sounds horrible. He killed a teacher and maybe a kid, maybe 2 kids. I don't know. I'd have to Google it. But honestly, at the time, I didn't even know what happened, and I lived in this.
Right. Right.
So it wasn't a thing.
Antimone, have you heard of the Dunblane massacre from years ago over in the UK?
No.
I think I've told you this, Shirl, right?
Yes.
This is crazy, but I think it was one of the first, because we don't have many guns in the UK. This guy was he ran clubs, like boys clubs, like the Scouts, those types of things. And he was going around schools and running these clubs. But it's easy to see in retrospect what the issues were, right? He had a preference for like all the kids to take their tops off when they were exercising and things, right? And obviously the authorities started to notice some of these issues, and he was being prevented from running these clubs. And so he obviously lost his mind, and he went to a school and he shot up a whole bunch of kids, like,
oh geez, shit,
at a primary school. But this guy was actually at my house trying to persuade my parents to let me go on this. Yeah, to go on this.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I still remember this guy sitting in my living room, and then afterwards my parents saying, "Listen, Ian, there's no way you're
oh
going
my
on this
god
trip." This
wow,
guy.
I had no idea.
I'm trying to remember the guy's name. Thomas Hamilton, that's it.
That's insane.
I know, right? Crazy.
Wow.
Well, that's where, you know, you definitely owe your parents chocolates and flowers every year for listening to their intuition. Because a lot of parents, I think not a lot. Some parents, they tend to poo-poo their intuitions because, like, well, everybody else likes the guy and da-da-da-da. I do think it's getting better about that. But that's back then. I know a lot of times parents would be like, well, everybody else is doing this and everybody else likes the guy. And, you know, that's how a lot of the church and Boy Scout things happen too. So good for your parents. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Geez.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm here too. But like one of my friends actually did go on a trip and had to call up his parents to come pick him up because he was so freaked out with what was going on.
Jesus. Yeah.
When was this?
Oh God. Let me see. It would be the early 90s, I think.
Oh wow. Wow.
I mean,
that's intense.
It was pretty much a global story, I think, at the time. I mean, it was massive.
Huh. That's got to be a weird experience for you. Kind of like, you know, drawn back from the jaws of
Yeah, I don't know. It's so abstract in a sense. It's only conversations like this where I'm ever reminded of it. It's just it's too abstract, you know. But
Mm-hmm.
it makes you think back, though, you know.
Oh, sure. Sure.
1996 it was.
Okay. Okay.
And if you Google him and you see the picture, unfortunately, you have to admit he kind of fits the sort of cliche profile of what you
Yeah.
imagine someone like that to look like.
Yeah.
Actually, Andy Murray was at that school, you know, the tennis player.
No.
Yeah, he's quite a famous tennis player over here. He
Mm-hmm.
was at that same school.
That's really crazy.
A cheery thought, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's traumatizing in retrospect.
I don't know. I don't know if I would say I've felt any trauma from it, but
No, I mean, in retrospect, like looking back and, that's kind of
yeah,
like,
I know what
oh
you
my
mean.
God, like, it could have played out differently.
Yeah,
You were, like I said, you were brought back from the monster's jaws. You were snatched away,
yeah.
thankfully.
But I think it's one of those things as well. At the time, it's just the advantage of the innocence of youth. You know, you just don't really kind of
Mm-hmm.
like
Mm-hmm.
things like that can happen, and you just it's out your mind pretty quickly. You know. You know, just talk. Did you see the clip at the start, Shirl, of Glenn McCurley
Yeah.
confess it?
Yeah. You sent me
Yeah,
that before. Yeah.
that's right. Yeah,
Yeah, because we discussed how did he really not remember doing all that for all those years, and how could he not remember that?
Is that what he claimed?
no, we were just kind of conjecturing
Yeah, yeah,
because how did it's like I guess it's a bit different with BTK because it was so prevalent for him. I don't think this guy was a serial killer. I think it was just
Uh-huh.
a a one-off
Yeah.
incident, but
yeah.
it doesn't make it any less profound.
We
You
were
know,
conjecturing just because of his reaction when he started to say it, and of course it's just us playing, YouTube body language experts and all that. Was he really breaking down because he was actually admitting it, or was he breaking down because he was actually, for the first time in however many years, acknowledging it? We talked about, how certain people can put things away, like they put it in a box, just like a trauma victim can black out certain things. Could
Absolutely.
Can a perpetrator actually be so traumatized by something that they've done for whatever reason, black out what they actually did? And did this man actually black out what he did, and now he's coming to terms with it? Or
it's actually very common for homicidal offenders to experience amnesia.
I mean, I can see that, where especially if they were to do something that goes against their nature. Again, we have the people that are predisposed to doing things, and I'm not even talking about people that do it necessarily on drugs or alcohol, but something snaps, and that's maybe not the right word, but something snaps and they react, but that's not who they are. That's not anything they ever would have thought that they would do.
That's Brandon, yeah, in a nutshell. Yep.
Yeah.
And he did experience amnesia. He did not remember. He still doesn't remember. He hasn't been able to recollect everything that happened during the crime, but it took some time. But it was interesting because I got a lot. Rolling Stone even actually said that they didn't believe me when I was trying to say on one of my live streams that yes, indeed, Brandon did not remember a lot of the crime, and they're like, oh, that's ridiculous. How could he not remember it? It's like, it's common, it's statistically shown that it is very common for, especially a first-time offender, to experience amnesia.
Well, it's common, but it's also very common for people to use that. So again,
yes, it's a very controversial thing,
yeah,
but
yeah,
but it is still a fact that it's and you know, he wasn't using that as any
right,
sort of
right. But I think that's
defense.
where people's, you know, their tendency to not believe when
Yes, I understand that.
does
Yeah.
that. But when that guy was, it's been a minute since I watched that video, but when he started talking about what he did, it to me it did look like he was almost experiencing it for the first time. But it also could be just the fact that he started talking about it and was getting it out. He had held it in for so long. But I think that also led us down the talk of how can people do something if that was his only crime? How could he go on and live a quote unquote normal life after that? And
that's my thing. Yeah.
And the only way that I could imagine they could do that is if they put that away and just never looked at that box again, because
I think it has to be either that, right, where they literally manage to force some kind of amnesia, like you describe. You know,
Well, it
it's
could have been if they have a mental, if there's some sort of they could have compartmentalized it to the point where they literally did forget it. They could have, if they have something, you know, if they're like split personality, a part could have committed the crime. And sometimes when people with like DID, dissociative identity disorder, if a part commits a crime, the host, meaning the core personality, does not remember it. That's possible. That's what I mean about the brain. It's so complex.
yeah, he also could have just, again, with the brain being so complex, he could have actually convinced himself that that wasn't him.
Yeah, true.
Even the idea aside or all that wasn't me. I don't know, you know.
Mhm.
Again, the devil made me do it. Some people fall in, they think they must have been possessed, you know, and I'm not saying he did that, but he had to have had something. Either he went on to commit crimes throughout his life, because what he did was not something you just is a one and done kind of thing, unless it was so out of character. And he convinced himself he didn't do it. I mean, the
see
brain
that part.
things.
See the part when he breaks down and he admits for the first time. Even the
Mhm.
way he says it, like I guess I kinda must have choked her. You know,
Yeah.
he's clutching to minimizing all the way through the interrogation. And
Right.
the part where he did break down is a good, it's over an hour, 2 hours into it, right? But my gut tells me that that's the first time he's emotionally went to that place since it actually happened to that
Mhm.
extent that he's actually broken down to that extent. My gut tells me that's the first time that
I
he
don't.
did that.
I kind of makes me. Well, I had a really visceral reaction to that video. I thought it was. It's gonna sound kind of weird. Well, I thought it was beyond profound, and I thought that it was very sacred
Hmm.
in that you're witnessing like the ultimate human condition of this. I mean, anybody could relate to that. Anybody could relate to, you know, that pain and grief. I mean, what I was seeing was grief and relief. But just, you know, we've all done things. We haven't obviously all taken a life, but we've all done things that we wish we hadn't. We've
Yeah.
all kept things from people. We know what it's like to carry that around. And we know, everybody knows what it's like when you finally give it up and you say to somebody, I have to tell you something. Or and you reveal your transgression and the relief that floods you. Can you imagine having a secret that huge? I mean, I felt an overflow of empathy toward him when I saw that. I thought it was very deep.
I'm
And
so
it was very
glad.
healing.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you said that, right? Because I think obviously it's different, right? But we can all relate in some sense. Like you say, we've all got regret, we've all got guilt over things. But we all know that what might be a small thing to us that makes us feel guilty is to us at the time is a huge thing, you
Right.
know?
Yeah, it's
It's all
exactly.
relative.
Well said. Well said. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I just
See,
wonder.
I thought when I watched that the first time, and again, I haven't watched it for a while, and I only watched it that once, and then I think we discussed it. I agree with you that my first take from that was that you see a lot of people giving confessions and they're crying and they look like they have remorse, and they probably do, and they have guilt. This guy looked broken. I mean, he that's why I took from it, like, he had packed that away somewhere so deep
Yes.
that he never thought about
50
it.
years, Shirl.
Yeah,
50
never
years.
thought about it. So when he finally had to unpack that, it came out in a flood.
Yeah.
Which, okay, so now that goes back to the evil. So if you knew the story about what happened to his victim, you probably would have thought that he's probably an evil person. But,
No, well, I would not. No.
well, some people
I don't
would.
think, because I don't think that way. Just me. That's just me.
Yeah, well, and I don't throw the word around evil very often either. I know some people use it. Somebody says something they don't like, and they're an evil person.
Oh, I know.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, I know. Yes,
I
I
have
know.
to tell you guys though, right? And I'm not quite sure why I think this, right?
I've been called evil.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you are. I don't know.
See, to me though, right? There's something more disturbing about the example of this guy here, you know, in comparison to, say, that crazy axe murderer from Villisca.
Yeah, I get it.
Why that is? I think it's because they wear such a persona of normality, incredible averageness. You know, everyone could imagine this being your grandfather or father.
See, to me, I didn't see him as normal. He seemed very damaged to me. And again, and I don't like talking about cases if I don't know what I'm talking about. Because this is the first I've even heard of this guy was tonight. Yeah. But what I saw a damaged man. Well, not just emotionally, but
that comes out.
Right. He went on to raise a family. You know, he was married. Basically, I think that's why Rabid brought up BTK, because on the outside, it was like BTK, other than we don't know, as far as we know, this man never continued to kill. It was just the one. But for all intents and purposes, he led a quote unquote normal life, raising a family and all of that. So when you say a completely broken person, I agree with you, but I don't believe that he was actually broken until he came to the realization of what he did. I honestly don't think that there's many different ways he could have done it. I really don't think that he believed he ever thought about that again. I really don't. But just by the way he broke down when he did it to me, I didn't come across it. He's putting on this show for the police because now he's caught. It really seemed to me like the more he talked, the more it was coming back to him, kind of like a drunk, hey.
Yeah.
And then the more you talk, you're like, oh crap, that's right, I do remember that. And the more it came to him, the more it broke him. Yeah. So I don't think he lived his life as a broken person.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but I believe he definitely is now.
But what I mean is, he just doesn't. There seems like something's off about him to begin with. And you can have a family and lead a quote unquote normal life. It doesn't mean that you don't have some issues. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Do you not think most people would have perceived him though as being just a kind of average guy, probably not much depth to him? And
oh wow, there's a lot of document. I'm sorry, I just found on Justia the whole thing is the legal papers are here on the case.
Or Glenn McCurley.
Yeah. Sorry.
Someone in chat is just wanting a brief description of what actually happened here. So this was 1974, and Carla Walker and her boyfriend were just out driving about, and they had parked somewhere. Let me just go. I'll show you a picture. It's so heartbreaking to see this particular picture, because I believe, having heard the interrogation and knowing a little bit about how he lived his life, I think
she looked 12.
Yeah, they, I think, represent something that he knew he could never have. I think some deep resentment, something he knew would always be unfulfilled. I think just the image of these two, I think, symbolized that for him. And he basically, so he was parked somewhere near them, and he just walked up with his gun, opened it. I think they were kind of cuddling each other or something, and he just opened the door and knocked him out with the. He actually tried to shoot him, but his gun jammed, and then he knocked him out with the gun, and then dragged her away with him into his car. Obviously, raped her and left her for dead. But what is staggering? I'm kind of tempted to just play a little bit of the beginning of the interrogation.
Yeah. Please, I'm up for it. Anyway,
just so you can see the kind of what Shirl was describing. It really does feel like he has convinced himself that either this wasn't him, or he has some rationale that he's packed away in the past that makes life bearable for him. And the way he, bit by bit, tries to minimize everything, and it just gradually, like, there's a drip effect of more honesty coming from him. It's quite something. But it's quite something to see the initial the beginning of the interrogation, because they just come straight out and tell him, and in that nanosecond, something he could never have believed would ever reappear in his life again is right there in front of him, and it's written all over his face. So I'll shut up and I'll play the beginning of this.
Mr. McCurley?
Yes,
Hi, do you remember us?
I do.
Okay, I'm Detective Wagner, and this is...
Can you hear that okay?
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
Mr. McCurley?
Yes,
Hi, do you remember us?
I do.
Okay, I'm Detective Wagner, and this is Detective Bennett, and we're here to discuss the murder of this young lady. Do you recognize this picture?
I don't know who she is.
Okay. Well, did anybody tell you what you're here for today?
No.
Okay. So let me just start by talking. We're not going to ask you anything until let me say some things first, okay? We're here because we are looking into the murder of Carla Walker. And we've done a very thorough investigation. We know what happened, and our evidence has led us to you, okay? There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I know you're confused, but you shouldn't be, because we know what happened, okay? Now, this is your opportunity to talk to us, to tell us your side, because I have bosses that I have to answer to, and what they want to know is that if you have any regret, if there's anything that you can tell us that doesn't paint a picture of you that makes you look like a monster. Because frankly, right now, when you're talking about a young girl that got murdered, we only have one side, and we'd like to hear yours, okay? So that's why we're here today, okay? We know what happened, but we'd like to hear from you if there's anything. Hold on, okay? All right, before we go any further, though, okay, I got to read something to you, just like in the movies. You have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all, and any statement you make may be used against you at your trial. Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court. You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during any questioning. If you are unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning. You have the right to terminate the interview at any time. Okay. Now, do you understand these rights as I've read them to you?
Yes.
I mean, is there any question that you have? Do you know what the word terminate means?
To get rid of, I guess.
To end. Okay. So basically, I'm asking you if you're willing to waive your rights and talk about what we just discussed, or it's up to you. You know, you can either talk to me or not, but we'd really like to talk to you today.
Then I did something to that girl?
Yes, sir.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? What?
That I did. I don't know. I've never seen the girl or anything. When was I supposed to have done this?
Okay. So are you willing to talk to me today about this case?
I talked the other day when you came.
Okay. But are you willing to talk to us today? I mean, it's like I said, it's your right to either speak with us or not. You know, but I got to be clear on whether or not you're willing to talk.
Well, I don't know. I don't know anything about this stuff.
Okay.
The other day I was talking to you, and my involvement in this little girl here, I guess, it really is not an involvement, but I had a 22 pistol.
Okay.
That had it was a clip in it. Well, I was fishing over on just south of me over there on the river. It's been a long time ago. I don't even remember what date it was. And I heard some exhaust pipe, some tires going on the pavement and everything. And I quit and come over by my pickup and everything. And I had that gun that I had.
Mr. McCurley, just a second. Do you have the waiver that he can sign? He just read his rights.
Well, it's already.
Any thoughts, guys?
I'm just thinking, so they want to make sure, like, he's already starting to talk. She's psyched because he's talking. She's kind of like, okay, yeah, I got what I want. And so it sounds like the other detective is kind of like, we got to make sure that we think I got to cover all their bases, because if his attorney saw this, he'd probably be like, yeah, you didn't cover your ass there.
Yeah, he's
that's smart.
Yeah, but I think that he said it on camera. I think the waivers are usually only used for like when they're not in the interrogation room, you know? I mean, I get it. So he wants him to sign the actual waiver. Well, he's already agreed to speak to them without an attorney.
No, but see, I don't think he has. I think
you're right. That's what I was just going to say. I was kind of half paying attention. I'm listening, but I'm also doing something else. I didn't actually hear her say attorney. Did she?
No. But no. I think he's confused. So she's obviously that's what they do. She's taking advantage of his confusion. Yeah. And he's kind of like, the other guy's like, yeah, well, this could come out. This could work against us. Yeah. Once an attorney.
Do you not perceive him to be playing on that persona of confusion?
I don't believe that. So that's what I was thinking of. So far, and I could be wrong, but I mean, you know this, Rabid. I am like one of the most cynical, pessimistic people on the planet. I think everybody's lying, and but I think this is just a genuinely old man who is confused, because again, if he has blocked this out, he didn't seem to have a reaction about the picture. He said, I don't know this girl. He didn't.
I'm pretty sure his stomach just went through the
well, I mean, if somebody called me in and said, hey, we know that you killed this person.
I know, right?
I mean, even if I did remember it, let alone if I didn't, my stomach would be doing flip-flops. So I'm sure he's nervous, but can you imagine if he is an older man? And again, we don't know all the circumstances. For all we know, maybe he does have some sort of senility or something else going on at the moment. I don't know. But to me, I feel he's genuine. At this moment, he's not remembering what the hell she's talking about. And I mean, I can barely remember what happened last week. This man's going back how many years and try to remember about this one time at this one night if he genuinely doesn't remember.
That's interesting, Shirl, because I see it differently.
See, I'm
that.
trying to see it both ways because I'm kind of like leaving it up in the air to see what I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll keep going.
Okay.
Recorded. We don't need it signed. But are you clear about your rights, though, to move forward and to discuss this case? Do you want to talk about this case?
All I can tell you is just that that's what the whole thing was over, that I understood.
Ms. McCurley, can you look at that picture and just tell us for sure that you do not know who she is? You've not had any contact with her?
I've never seen her before. I don't know who she is.
Okay.
If she's standing right beside of me, you say it's what's her name?
Carla Walker.
Oh,
So you've never met her before, never seen her?
I've never seen her, never met her, never talked to her. I wouldn't know her if she was standing beside of me. But anyhow, I guess it's not any importance anymore. But there was two guys in a pickup, and I went to check. I had that pistol in under the seat, wrapped up in a cloth, and I didn't think anything about it. Everything looked all right. And then later on, I found out that they had stolen that pistol. And I told the police that came and talked to it at the time that I didn't have the pistol, that it had been stolen. And
Just unmute myself. It's kind of interesting how he got caught.
Yeah, how?
They got a new DNA sample from the girl's dress, and they managed to get a hit on a like a database. You know, those kind of
like
databases.
Ancestry or
Yeah.
like that? One of those.
Yeah. You know, people try and trace relatives. And they give their own samples.
23andMe or something like that.
Yeah, it was something like that. So they obviously got a hit, not to him, but to a family member of him. And then they obviously zoned in on him, and then they went through his rubbish and got a straw that he'd used.
They're allowed to do that?
If they get a warrant for it, if they have enough justification, they can get a warrant for it. Well, actually, you know what? I don't think so. I don't know if this is state by state, but once the garbage is put out and it's, put out
public domain, right?
It becomes public. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Damn.
They did the same with Stephanie Lazarus, didn't they? Do you know that case?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did something with her. Yeah, because they were trying to get. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
When was he arrested? What was this, last year or this year?
2019, I think it was.
Oh, 2019. Okay.
Actually, 2020.
So
2020.
Yeah.
My impression of this, really quick, and I was starting to put this in chat. So when he's looking at the picture, he's not fidgeting. He's not switching his legs or looking uncomfortable. He did genuinely look at the picture. He put the picture down. He didn't push it back to her. And again, just playing YouTube body language expert here. So there's two rules of thought about that. Either he's kind of enjoying seeing her picture, reliving the crime, whatever, or he just genuinely, he doesn't feel the need to distance himself from her because he hasn't connected. He's going down this road again. Do
you think it's possible he's not connecting that to what he's done? at this stage?
I don't think he is right now.
Really?
I mean, he's going to get there, but when he looked at that picture, he genuinely didn't know. And I didn't follow up looking at this case. I don't know. Maybe he does have Alzheimer's or senility that's kind of playing into this. I have no idea, but he didn't look like that picture made him uncomfortable. And even if he knew he killed her, you would think he's sitting in a police station. He knows they're accusing him of killing her. You think there would be some sort of uncomfortability holding that picture, looking at it, because he knows that they're going to be looking at him for his reaction. And I didn't see anything. I mean, he genuinely looked at it like he was reading the contents of the top ramen package. He had no clue.
That's interesting that, like, I see it differently. Because, like you say, you are rather cynical when it comes to true crime.
No, it's interesting. I just did the math. So he was 29 at the time of the crime, roughly. He was 77 there. Or he was 7. Yeah. So 29. It's just so interesting to think about. You have to go back to, like, you know, I mean, I think about who I was when I was 20 years ago, like a completely different incarnation of myself. That's really, it's, I don't know. It's like, what kind of 29-year-old was he? We don't, you know, I'm kind of curious about that now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think from what I recall, he did this when his wife was out of town.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he had a habit of driving around drinking quite a lot. Sort of predatory. I mean, you've got to think he's possibly done other things, maybe not homicide, but, you know, who knows, right? But I think he was clear. Yeah. You have to say that, right? It's kind of rare for someone to start off. You know?
I mean, again, you know, like what she had mentioned earlier, you bring in alcohol and drugs, and all kinds of things happen, especially if he was, you know, if he was an alcoholic. I don't know if he was or not, but, you know, I don't believe alcoholics have blackouts as much as they claim to. I think they use that as an excuse for their really horrible behavior, but clearly they do have blackouts. So that's a possibility too.
I'm an alcoholic, but I've been sober for almost a year.
Wow, congratulations.
Well done.
What's really weird is with blackouts, what I can say about that from just personal experience, I had more blackouts than I realized. And like when I was going to an addictions therapist, she kind of really got me to realize that. Like I used to think that I didn't have any. And then I would be like, oh shit, that's right. Like I don't really remember what happened that night. And then I remember, then what was good was I started being more aware of it. And I think I had more brownouts than blackouts.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it wasn't a full, complete, don't remember anything that I did. But, but yeah, and oh my God, it's scary to not remember anything.
You know, and if that were the case with him, we're just speculating, but if that were the case with him, that could have made it even easier for him to pack that memory or the bits of the memory away.
Yeah.
That wasn't me. I was drunk. I'm hallucinating. I don't even know that wasn't me. And he just put it away.
Yeah.
But again, Rabid's going to disagree. So
no. I kind of agree with that, actually. I think he has to have somehow rationalized it in some way to survive. And I don't know why, but that's why, like, his exterior normality makes him more scary to me than like an axe wielding maniac for some reason. Because that's an obvious monster, right? Someone like that. Whereas this could be any guy.
Is he?
Who?
This guy, is he an obvious, or are you axe wielding person is an obvious monster, but is he a monster? That goes down that evil thing. Is he really a monster? Of course he's a monster to the family members of his victim, right? Clearly he's a monster. But in the big scheme of things, let's say he did go on to live a normal life and he never got a speeding ticket, nothing. Is he just somebody that did a bad thing, or is he a bad person deep down that just got released maybe on a night when he was drinking, if he did other things too, that alcohol released the bad person in him?
I think that's right, yeah, and I think that's what's uncomfortable about acknowledging that. I think that's why I notice it's uncomfortable. That's why it's scarier, because he's a closer relative to all of us that think of ourselves as being kind of normal, right?
Well, that's what she was saying earlier about why a lot of people in true crime, why they want to study, well, not a lot of people, but why you want to look at what caused this person to do what they did, because you want to be able to find like, oh, okay, he did it because of this, and I'm not that, and my kids aren't that, and my husband isn't that, so we're not that. You want to find to something to separate, to make them, again, more of a monster to where we can't identify with. So we're not that. But then on the other side of it is, it would be great if, every murderer, rapist, child abuser, had a, scarlet letter on their forehead. That would make it a lot easier. And that's what's scary, is that you don't know the axe wielding. And I always say that, like, when it comes to horror movies, I love horror movies, but the ones where, you've got Jason and Freddy running around and all that, those don't scare me, because you can see them coming, and, you can hear the chainsaw coming. It's the movies that have to do with possession. How do you fight an entity you can't even see? That's what always scared me. So I think that's kind of like the same lines as this. What scares you is the guy next door you know nothing about, that seems normal.
That's why The Shining was always the scariest horror film for me, because like Jack Nicholson's character in the beginning is just an everyday guy. Then he becomes the monster.
Yeah. Yes, Bebop, that's exactly. Yeah, we don't know. I mean, I don't think we know. I didn't do any more research on this guy, if he had done other things. I think Rabid had kind of touched on that it's probably likely that he did, maybe not murder, but something. I don't know.
I suspect, obviously some kind of sexual crime, I would imagine. It's just a guess, but...
She said her battery died. She'll be back in a second.
Yeah.
Are we going to finish watching him, or are you done watching him?
No, I'm going to go back to him. I just noticed this here, though. He was arrested for a car theft.
Does that say he was 18?
15. Yeah, that's 15 years. 13 years prior to this.
Okay, I'm not making excuses, and I wasn't alive back then. I don't know when this was. No, 61. I was not alive back then. But I think joyriding was kind of a popular thing that they did. So, I mean, for all as we know, that was just a case of him grabbing a car to do joyriding. We don't know if that was really like a Grand Theft Auto kind of thing.
Yeah, I hear you. All right, so I'll continue this.
Let's see. They took me downtown and questioned me and all this and that, and I told them exactly what I'm telling you and everything and what happened. And they said that they had found a clip for 22 pistols. And I didn't know anything about it. And they thought that gun might have been used in the robbery or something. So they found it, and
real quick, she did read you your rights. Just want to make sure that you understood them and that you're willing to waive your rights. We're not saying that you did anything. We just want to make sure that you understood those and you're waiving your rights and willing to talk to us.
I don't understand any of that.
It just basically means that you're willing to talk to us today. Either you're willing to or you're not. which I think you are, but we just need to be clear on that, okay? So basically, if we talk today, then it's because you want to, not because
There's a
you have
reason
to.
she's
You
not
don't have to
reading
talk.
him his rights.
Say that again, Shirl?
Because he says, well, I don't really understand any of that. There's a reason she's not saying, okay, let's make this clear. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. She's not doing that on purpose because I believe she's trying to take advantage of his talking. And of course, I don't know about everybody else. I mean, I've never been in trouble criminally, but I think if anybody said you have the right to remain silent, instantly my blood pressure would go up. Even though, I'm not being arrested. It's just we've had that drilled in our brain our whole lives that she doesn't want to scare him by saying that. But I think she's walking a fine line by not. I'm with this male detective. She's walking a very fine line, and
I agree with
sure it sticks. And she's trying to. I mean, she'll probably get away with it, but I don't like the way that she's doing it. I really don't.
I agree with you. I think she's taking on a bit of a risk, and I don't think it's smart.
And I think that detective left the room to go talk to his supervisor.
His that's right. He left. Yeah.
And then he came back in and said, okay, I just want to say, I know she said that, so I think he doesn't like what she's doing either, because you got an old man who has clearly stated 3 times now he doesn't quite understand any of that. But I'll tell you about my gun. And she wants to keep going. He's thinking long term. She's thinking, I mean, I could be really bad and say, maybe this is her first cold case and she's just all gung-ho. But I think the male detective's really irritated, and I'm actually getting irritated too. Sorry.
Yeah, I get it.
Going back on mute now.
But we would like to talk to you. But
I don't even know when this girl was done that way, I don't know anything.
But before we get into that, we need to know that you understand what Detective Wagner read to you, and that you're waiving those rights and are willing to talk with us.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to, is how you and that other guy.
Well, in order for us to discuss this case, you have to be able to, you're going to have to waive your rights to talk to us about it. Otherwise, if you don't waive your rights, we got to stop. Okay? So it's one or the other. We can talk about it, move forward, which requires you waiving your rights, or we stop. But it's one or the other. So we'd love to talk to you, but again, it's up to you whether or not you want to move further. Do you understand that? That's why we said terminate. If you're not comfortable talking, you can stop the interview.
Do you agree to talk to us today, Mr. McCurley?
I would agree to talk because I haven't done anything.
Okay.
But still,
So you're agreeing to talk to us then?
I don't know. I agreed to talk to you the other night, and I told you about my gun, and you told me that you were putting me on the suspect of doing something. Just for losing a clip and a gun, because I went down to the store and bought another one to replace it. And they come and talk to me and ask me why I bought another clip. I said, well, I bought another clip because I ran into a good price on one. And I was going to buy another gun, another pistol like that, because I didn't have one. And that's as far as I'm into the whole thing.
Okay.
I mean, and you turned it around the other way. That's your job, I guess.
We're not trying to confuse you. We would like to talk about this case with you today, but we need to know that you're okay with talking about it.
Well, I don't know the girl. I've never seen her.
Okay. So do you want to discuss?
And I haven't killed anybody, like I told you the other day. I'm 77 years old, and I'm not into that kind of stuff.
Well, if you'd like to know more.
I'm not into that kind of stuff. I didn't actually realise I thought they landed this on him right then and there for the first time, but they'd actually spoken to him before about this,
Yep.
right? So he had to have an idea when he walked in there.
I think he had an idea, and I think he really genuinely, he's probably been racking his brain, and the only thing he could come up with is the story he's about ready to tell us, how the gun clip. I think that's where he thinks it's again, my personal opinion, I don't believe he remembers. I think he really just thinks, well, this gun, I don't remember. Was there a shell or something? And that was mine. There was this gun clip, but I didn't kill anybody. And da da da.
Right.
You honestly think he genuinely?
But he brings up his age, which I thought was kind of interesting.
Well, I thought that too, but then I started thinking about every older person I know. They say that. Every older person I know always says that. I'm 76 years old.
It's true. My mom does it all the time.
Yeah. So
I
then
think he is. My perception is that he's playing on that a bit.
Right, I get it. Yeah, I'm seeing it.
I can see where you're saying that, because again, he's an American. He's been here. He knows full damn well what his rights are. We can all. I've never been arrested, but I watched cops enough to know
right.
I could recite them just as well as any cop. But again, if he's got some sort of dementia or something else going on, then that would explain what. And I'm not saying full on dementia or.
Yeah, he's older. I mean, the memory loss is inevitable anyway, so there's got to be some.
I would have thought something like that is going to be imprinted on your mind until the day you die. That's my perception. I mean, you hear all these stories about people that actually do genuinely get dementia. They tend to retain memories from their youth.
Yeah, but they're not wording it. They're not wording it the same way. So let's pretend he does have I don't, dementia is a form of all kinds of things, and Alzheimer's is a form of senility or dementia, one of them. And my grandma had Alzheimer's. So before she got really bad in this state, you could try to, so we would try to tell her something and she could not understand it. You can't go from like, okay, I need you to go into the kitchen, get the coffee cup, pour the coffee into the cup. She'd go to the kitchen and go, now what? We'll get the coffee cup. Why am I getting the coffee cup? Because you need a cup to put coffee in. Oh, did I want coffee? Yeah, you said, oh, okay. So I'll get the cup. Yeah. And then she would stand there and hold the cup. You're like, you can come sit down now, So they're processing, even though he's got it instilled in him, like I said, because he's an American, the processing and the way they're wording it, they're being particularly confusing because they can see he's confused. Yeah. They wouldn't be saying it the way they're saying it if they genuinely thought he was playing games with them. Right. They wouldn't. They would just come right out and say, look, dude, you know what we're saying. You have a right. And they would do that. They know he's confused. That's why they're not one of them has said the word lawyer yet.
Yeah.
They haven't said that on purpose. So even they know at this point in time, he's confused.
I agree with that. Yeah. I mean, you get the notion that if they actually outright just bluntly asked him, do you want to speak to a lawyer? You get the impression he would have said yes, right?
Well, I mean, if you're lucky, I can't believe how many people don't. I think I told you my mom was a deputy magistrate, and that was the one thing she taught us from very little. Don't ever talk to the police. Don't ever talk to the police. Nice. Always ask for your lawyer. Yeah. I'm like, well, if that's the court system's, view on it, then I'm going to take that. So I think this guy probably would talk to them anyways, because again, my belief is he doesn't think he did this. He doesn't remember it. So he would talk to them anyways, but
I'm certain he remembers it. I'm certain.
Oh, I think he does eventually. I don't think he does right now, and I don't think he's faking being confused.
How does he get to? What's the Rabid? What's the moment of realization? What is it that triggers? That's quote unquote triggers his memory. I mean, I assume it's gradual, but
do you want to can you fast forward a little bit to it to where
I can? Yeah.
Because I think we dance around this clip and stuff.
Oh man,
the gun clip for a while.
Yeah, I think It's the thing that's quite common, and I guess we're also used to seeing the Reed technique played out, right? Where they offer an acknowledgement of some kind of guilt, which is not as severe as the truth is, right? And it's a way of reeling the perpetrator in bit by bit. So it's a bit of that going on, where he tries to give a narrative that he was defending this girl. Like, he tries to blacken the name of the boyfriend, trying to say that he was.
When does he remember that he knew her?
It must be relatively early on. Because
And I'm wondering, what is it that makes him remember? Oh shit, yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I did know who that was.
Yeah, I can't recall exactly what gets him to acknowledge that he knew her, but he starts off trying to paint a narrative that he was her white knight.
Yeah.
The guy was
Got it. Yeah.
was harassing her, and he tried to protect her. And
again, that may be what he convinced himself of.
Yeah, it could be, right? It could be. I'll see if I can find that part.
It's just so funny that you and I are on this side of the total opposite sides.
I know, it's great though. It makes it interesting.
So
because I can see both perspectives.
Yeah. Because usually Shirl's the more cynical one, right?
Hang on by their toenails.
Yeah.
He's lying. They're all lying. That's usually me.
Straight to the gallows. I'd be interested to hear your views on Sarah Boone as well, Antimone. That'd be interesting at some point.
Whose?
Yours. Your views on Sarah Boone. You know, just talking about things like blackouts and all this. Because I still believe that Sarah Boone genuinely blacked out and didn't remember.
Oh, you're opening up a whole nother.
Yeah, let's just park that somewhere else right now.
You in and talk to you, so I would think that.
Well, they said they found a clip to a gun, and I just went into a pawn shop, or not a pawn shop, but a gun shop, and bought a gun. And I guess they had put the word out that if anybody bought a gun, a clip like that, to look, check him out or something like that. Well, I didn't have anything to hide or anything. I was just buying a clip for an extra clip.
Did they tell you the reason they were asking about that?
No, they didn't say. They didn't say anything.
Okay. Did they tell you that there was any type of investigation going on?
I don't really remember.
Okay.
They just said that they were checking things out, I guess. I don't know.
Do you remember?
I really don't remember. I'm not trying to get out of telling you what they did or didn't do. I just don't have the memory. I've lost a lot of my memory here not a few years ago, and got real sick.
Okay. Let me ask you this: was it scary at all when the police brought you up to the station to talk?
Every time I'm scared.
Okay. So you say every time. What were the other times?
Let's see. I don't remember. But, it bothered me when I go to work or went to work for somebody. I had to take one and stuff like that.
Okay.
It makes me nervous and everything. Not that I've done anything or have done anything. So I don't know. I'm sorry that I can't help you.
Well, that's a pretty big deal. I mean,
yeah.
Even I get nervous when I talk to police.
It was because of that clip that went to that gun.
Okay.
They told me that.
So they would have had to ask you the questions about what that clip was related to. Was it a robbery? Was it a murder? What was the clip related to?
They didn't say anything like that. I don't think.
Well, that's not typical.
They just said asked me if I bought it, and I said, yeah, I bought it. And I told them why I bought it.
Okay.
And they seemed to be satisfied about that. And one other guy had come later on, I remember another policeman, I guess he was, or whatever, came, I don't know, week or two or something like that later, and he said he wanted to see my gun, my Ruger gun, and I told him that I didn't have it because it had been stolen.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever report it stolen?
No.
Why not?
I've reported things stolen before. I've had one or two other guns before stolen, and a lot of stuff around that neighborhood stolen from me. And when I called
what was the reason for not reporting it?
Well, there's never been anything done about it when I did do it. I've had guns pulled on me out in the front yard. I mean, just to go out there and help somebody in the front yard. I've had a guy pulled a gun on me right there and pointed it at me, and I just told my wife to call the police. And I didn't do anything. I went out there to help him. I thought he was having car trouble or something like that. I have gasoline stolen out of my car and stuff like that, all kinds of stuff around there. And I had to talk to police.
Okay, but that still doesn't explain why you wouldn't report it stolen.
Well, I couldn't get it back. I didn't know the serial number on the thing.
Mm-hmm.
For one thing, I didn't know. I never did take down the serial number on it. It's just a gun that I used to go when I go fishing and shoot a few cans or something like that. And
how long had you had that gun before it got stolen?
I'm guessing, I don't know. I want to say about 10 years or so.
Okay. You ever have any problems with it, shooting it or anything? Any malfunctions?
No. I didn't ever shoot it that much.
Then why get another magazine?
Well, I was wanted another.
She just said last week she went to go see her daddy because he had had heart surgery. You were not there. She went. She was out of town.
Where was she out of town at?
In Midland.
With your two boys?
No,
that never happened.
That's what she
She
said.
wouldn't go to. She doesn't. I don't even let her drive.
Did someone say something there? Sorry.
No, I just turned my mic back on because you stopped.
Ah, sorry. Yeah, so he's describing here the fact that I think one of his early stories was that he was driving his wife to hospital or something, but it turns out that that didn't happen.
Right, but listen to him. When they tell him that she went by herself, he says that's not right. That's not right. I mean, that would be a really stupid thing to lie about, which, criminals are stupid by definition. But again, this goes back to, I really think he has something going on. I think he really is surprised when they said that. No, I don't even let her drive. He doesn't believe that. I mean, why would he even dispute that?
I'm coming around to your way of thinking.
You know what? I'm getting closer to yours, Rabid.
Are you?
Oh, Jesus. You guys are like corralling cats. Okay, one at a time.
It's so funny.
But I mean, that would be something for him to go, no, that's not right. That wouldn't be something you would sit there and bald-faced lie about, because it's clear.
Yeah.
It's clearly, it would be like, well, now that you said that, maybe I did have the date wrong. He's just flat out, no, I don't even let her drive. Okay, I'll shut up now. We can go back.
And you did hear him there earlier saying that his memory was going, right?
Yeah.
He actually said that. He verbalized it.
Yeah, he said he was sick.
Yeah, he said he was sick. So that would be something else I would be interested in.
Yeah, me too. I was looking through the documents to see if they said anything about that. I didn't see anything because I'd be curious to see that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to conceive if it's possible for someone to literally convince themselves of a different reality
Oh,
as
sure.
a coping
Yeah.
mechanism. You know?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Mhm.
it's a big stretch, but if you've ever met a compulsive liar, they actually after a while believe the lies they told. They don't
Yeah.
even remember the truth anymore because they've said the lie so many times that, you know, when confronted with proof of the truth, they literally do not believe it because they've convinced themselves. And I know this is different, but
Mhm.
I mean, it's more extreme, but either that or again, we're back to does he even remember?
Mm. That's one hell of a disassociation that must
Or
occur.
blackout. Yeah.
My God.
Yeah. Yeah.
This was 46 years ago.
I know.
Mr. McCurley.
And she's still the same way. She doesn't have the reflex of driving.
Well, she said she was gone. She said she was out of town just last week when we talked to you. You were right there next to her when she said it.
She went out of town to Waco to school down there, and I drove her down there and came back with her every time.
She said her dad had a heart surgery.
He had heart surgery here in Midland. I mean, in Fort Worth.
Well, she
In
said she was out of town.
1974, he was in the hospital in Midlands.
I don't know for positively sure, but if I had known that, I would have been there.
You were working.
You had to work.
You had work.
Well, if I was working, I was probably on the road driving.
Not when this happened. You weren't.
Where was I?
You were off. You worked that day, but you were off that night. When this happened, you were off.
I don't know where you're getting your information. Because I didn't.
That came off your schedule from 1974.
Your work
Directly
schedule.
right off your work schedule.
What work schedule is that?
From Back Creek.
Speed Factory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm driving, daytime driving and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. You got off work at 4:30 that Friday afternoon.
I don't know about that.
Or that Saturday, I'm sorry.
Saturday? We didn't work very many Saturdays. No, I didn't do that to that girl.
See, the reason I'm struggling to believe that he has disassociated to that to the level you're describing is because I know what's coming, and I know the detail that he eventually goes into, you know, in this event.
So, well, okay, we can talk about it later. I mean, like I said, you could be right. I'm just telling you what I believe. I believe that it's kind of like a water balloon. Like once it started, it was like a flood. It just all came back because I don't think, again, totally just my perception that I don't think he's a bad person. Clearly, he did a bad thing. And if he's not a bad person, then when all those things come flooding out, there's going to be a serious visceral reaction, and that's where you see that. But I'm rewatching this again. You know, keep it what your guys' opinion is, and I'm
I don't know enough. I don't know anything about the case, so I'm just trying to soak it up.
I don't either. I really don't. The only thing I know is what I've watched this video before. But I'm watching it now, trying to, you know, look through Rabid's eyes. I am watching his face, and I'm watching he doesn't look nervous. He's starting to hesitate more. This is where I think he may be starting to be like, wait a minute, but he seemed genuinely convinced. The whole heart attack thing with her dad and all that.
Yeah.
But I think he's starting to be like, well, wait a minute, maybe that isn't right. And I'm just using like my personal experience with like my grandma and even my mom as she got older, you know, how they would all stories were like, no, mom, that's not what happened. What happened was this. And my mom would literally sit there and she'd be like rubbing her fingers. She's like, yeah, I think, yes, you're right. You know, and you could watch her the wheels turning in her head, and then she'd be like, oh yeah, you're right. And that's kind of what I see happening with him, is I think.
He does seem, his reactions there before I paused it, they did seem genuine, right? His confusion did seem genuine.
Yeah, he kind of seems like what the hell, guys? What is this?
Yeah.
Well, I think he's trying to put together things like, again, I'm sitting there thinking, good Lord, we got it from your work schedule from 43 years ago.
Right? I thought that was really funny, actually. I was like, what?
I would be like, really? You did what?
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. And you know, you got to plow through them, so they're fresh in your mind. I haven't seen my work schedule for 43 years. Was it a Saturday? Hell if I know. Jesus Christ. I mean, that's where I kind of see him going. And the only thing he can think of is, we didn't work on Saturdays much, because I really think he's trying to think Saturday. What? Anyways, that's what I think.
Yeah.
Didn't do what?
Whatever was done to her, because I don't know her. I've never seen her, never talked to her.
Prior to that night?
What do you mean?
When you're saying you've never talked to her, are you meaning prior to that night?
I've never been this close to her if she was right there. I don't know her.
Did you ever hear about what happened to her back then?
I heard some stuff on the news and stuff, but that's...
What did you hear?
I don't know. I don't remember. Some little girl got killed or something. And I don't... I didn't have time to pay attention to those things then. I was working. It's not my deal.
Mr. McCurley, we're going to step out for a minute. Would you like some water, something to drink, soft drink, water?
I guess some water.
Some water. Okay. We'll get you some water. Mr. McCurley, you want me to open this for you? Or you want to open it?
Oh, at least it's cooler in this room. During the summer, there was no A person. You know, was it just a bad night? I mean, your wife was out of town. You know, were you drinking and you just driving around? And did you just see something that was an opportunity and you thought, oh crap, what did I just do?
I can't explain.
Well, there's an explanation, Mr. McCurley, and that's all we're asking you. Just tell us how that could have happened. You know how it happened. We just need you to tell us.
So I convict myself, I guess, huh?
Well, you're not convicting yourself. You're just helping us understand why this happened. We already know that it happened.
Well, I suppose it did. But I didn't do it.
Do you understand the fact that your DNA was on her body?
You see his
face? I don't have any idea.
You start to look at his face compared to, 5 minutes ago. This is where I think it's starting to seep in. He's maybe getting flashes of.
Because I think he knows, and there's certain things he's saying that I'm like,
Yeah, he said something kind of interesting in the same breath.
To look at the news. I don't remember those kinds of things.
Yeah. And he said, when the male interrogator said, no, we know that you did this. We just want to know why. And he said, well, I suppose I did.
And then
but I didn't do it.
Yeah.
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 And then he also said,
Right, I was confused.
do you want me, am I supposed to convict myself or something like that?
Yeah.
Again, I'm gonna keep watching. I'm watching his face. I'm just seeing his reactions seem to be different than, you know, again, I'm just a YouTube pretend person. So I'm just watching his face. I mean, his voice isn't really giving me a whole lot. Because his voice has been pretty consistent.
Yeah.
I think you'll notice his voice starting to change.
Yeah, it will. But right now, what I see is
Yeah.
that his face is changing more. He looks
Yeah,
more
me
concerned.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see terror on his face. It's like there's a huge mirror coming closer and closer to his
Yeah,
face.
exactly.
Nice.
Exactly.
That's really nice.
Okay. Your DNA was on her body, which means you had to be there and you had to participate in this. There's no question about that. It is evidence that does not lie. I'm sure you or your wife have watched those true crime shows and you've heard all about DNA and it being all over the place. Well, it's true. It's a real thing. And what led us to you was DNA. Okay? They didn't have DNA back then. They have DNA now. You had asked earlier why they didn't come get you then. They didn't come get you then because they didn't know who you were. We used your DNA to find out who you were. So there's no question here, okay? There's no question. We know you did this to her, okay? We just need to know why. When it comes to time for this to go in front of a jury, they need to know that this was a mistake and this wasn't something that you are. This is not the person who you mean to be. I've seen you. You've got a family. You've got grandkids. You love your wife and you take care of her. Okay, that's not the person you are. But you need to tell us that. You need to be able to explain what happened so that everybody else knows that too. Because not everybody's going to see that glimpse of your life as Mr. Glenn Samuel McCurley, you know, loving husband, loving father, loving grandfather. They're not going to see that. They're only going to see what you tell them. But you got to be able to tell them. You got to be able to tell us. You can't just leave it as is, because as is, it looks like you did a terrible thing to a young lady and nobody knows why. Everybody has questions about the why. Only you can answer the why.
This is about your credibility, Mr. McCurley. And just as Detective Wagner mentioned, it's the why. We just need to know why. And we know that you want to get this off your chest. You do want to talk about this. It's been too long. It's been too many years. Her family deserves answers. Just need you to tell us. Let her family have the peace you would want.
Then I go to the electric chair.
You're not going to
No,
go to the
there's
electric
no
chair.
And get hung or whatever.
No,
No.
you're 77 years old. They're not going to do that to you.
No.
Yeah, that's what y'all say now.
They're
No,
not
we're-
going to do that to you. I promise you, they will not.
Just him saying that is a de facto confession, right? And I suppose I get the electric chair, or I get.
I'm convinced now.
Hmm?
I can't believe it. I was like the exact opposite of Rabid. And now I'm like, Rabid, yep. I'm sold.
So do you believe that he just carried this secret for 40 some years?
You mean consciously?
Yes.
That's where I'm going. That's where I'm getting more convinced of that.
So could it also possibly be, though, since we do now know, because I didn't remember this part either, Rabid, that they had actually talked to him a few days before this. So could it have been that he since then things have started to come back to him? Because I just don't know how somebody could do something like this, because it's not like, you know, he hit somebody in the dark and thought it was a deer and kept going, but did something like this, lived a normal life. Again, we're just going to assume that he did, and it never affected his daily life.
That's what gets me about these kind of guys. Look at him
Because
there.
Remember the brain. It's the brain is so amazing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He had to have put it away somewhere again, assuming that he lived a normal life, he had to have put it away somewhere, and somehow it got triggered, whether it's in this interview, whether it's when they came and talked to him, whatever, however many days before. But that's what I'm saying is, I can't imagine that he had that in his forethought for 40 some years while he's raising his family. Like, oh my gosh, I hope I don't get caught. I don't know how that's possible.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, I still think it is still possible that, it's like truth is stranger than fiction. Like,
true.
And so it is definitely possible. I would now, here's a question, Rabid. Did he ever, where did this go legally?
So
Was there a trial?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting actually. The trial began, and I think it was 3 or 4 days they were going through some testimony, and then he just out of the blue pleaded guilty,
Okay.
which is interesting, right?
Huh. So
Well,
we
I mean,
never learned anything. So we didn't learn anything because
right.
nothing
It
was
could
ever,
also be
man.
that he's 70 some years old and he realizes this trial could take up the last few years he has, and just again, the older generation, just get on with it already. I don't know. I mean, maybe he realized at some point during the trial he's not going to win. And there's
Yeah.
no point in fighting the inevitable. If you were 40 or 30 or whatever, yeah, I got nothing but time on my hands, but he's 70 some years old.
He's actually almost 80 now. I looked him up. Yeah. He's 79.
So, just, all right, I'm not going to win. Just put me in jail so I don't have to get up in the morning and get all dressed up and come into court, and I can do my family visits, and let's just get on with it.
Well, his counsel could have advised.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it does seem to have been the closest thing to a slam dunk that you can get in a case, right? The case against him.
Other than the fact that his rights, I don't think he was actually properly Mirandized, but that's just my non-legal opinion. I can see where I think a defense attorney could definitely tear that apart.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
But his family, maybe his family convinced him, like, look, this is affecting all of us. Let's just get this done. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why a lot of times during a trial, they'll just change their plea. So that actually doesn't really surprise me. What actually kind of surprises me is he even went as far as the trial.
That's right, Bebop. Just think about the bridge guy. I mean, see that Delphi case?
Still don't know.
No, I know. We don't
know yet.
He's innocent until proven guilty, right? But that is the most horrific case. In recent
and you know what? We don't even know how horrific it is because we don't know. We don't. That makes it even worse.
Yeah, but this coming out is what reminded me of this kind of topic. If he is guilty, was he going to be another Glenn McCurley that would have went through his whole life with some sort of disassociation? I know a lot of profilers on this case think there's no chance in hell that this was the perpetrator's first crime, right?
Statistically, I would agree. I mean, it for a first crime, because like what she said, there's a lot that we don't know, and we've been told that it's pretty friggin' horrific what we don't know. So of course our minds can go there. And to take 2 victims at once for your very first time seems pretty unlikely. And I guess there's a really good chance they weren't the last either. It's been 5 years. So
good point. Good point.
I don't think he would have been like this guy, where if this guy has never done anything since then, I don't believe that if that guy or whoever the bridge guy is, I don't believe that was his first time. Don't believe it was his last time.
No chance.
And I'll just add, just because we're talking about it, that there's no way it was a chance encounter. It was totally planned, premeditated. I do believe that there was some social media thing involved. There had to have been. How else?
Well, I mean,
would they have met up like that?
Yeah. So imagine this: you're out with your friends. And again, I grew up in a small town, so I knew everybody.
Yeah, you said.
Right. And so some guy walks up that I probably know or at least have seen and goes, hey, down the hill. That would make no sense to me. I try to picture, all the people that I grew up, somebody saying that to me, because, we did the same thing. We played on bridges that if my mom knew that we were on, she probably would have beat my ass. But, if somebody just walked up and said, hey, down the hill, guys, down the hill, that is familiarity. And that to me says something more of like, there was some sort of expected meeting. You just don't walk up to two girls who are standing there and go, hey, guys, down the hill.
And they were there. There was no one else there. I mean,
Right.
That's really crazy. I mean, that's rare.
Right.
It sounded like, there were always people in that area. And that it was just those three at that time. No way. Not a
and clearly they went down the hill of their own volition, right? I mean, because.
Plus, who had a gun?
Well, right. But I mean, still, they did. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we don't need to get into it, but I agree with you. I think that he wasn't just out taking a stroll. Maybe.
No, I mean, why else would he be packing?
Well, right. Well, I don't know. This is Indiana.
But in his pocket? No.
I don't know Indiana. I'm just saying in Alaska, if you meet somebody on a trail here, hiking, 9 out of 10 of them will have a gun. But ours is more for the wildlife, not for other human beings.
Right. Hunting people.
I mean, we have a lot of moose and a lot of bears. So
I was going to say, the moose. God,
yeah. So I don't know what it's like in Indiana. I mean, so that's a good point, because that's something, it never occurred to me like, hey, it's kind of weird he has a gun, because to me that's kind of normal.
I get it. Yeah, I understand.
So thank you for that, because I didn't even think about that. Like that would be a weird thing.
Yeah, I think it would in that situation, that set of circumstances.
Back to Glenn.
Do that to you. At 77 years old,
My wife was gone then. I can't take care of my wife.
And I don't. You do have your son, right? Your son is close by.
He's more than capable.
He can't do it.
Why not?
He works. He's got kids to work for.
You know what?
If it was.
We have parents too, and I promise you, if we needed to step up, we would do it. And I think your son would too. You know why? Because I think you raised him to be that kind of man. But we need you to be that kind of man right now. Okay? We need to believe that you're sorry about what happened.
Her family needs the peace, Mr. McCurley. We just need the resolution.
I can't say that I did something that I didn't do.
We all have things, skeletons in our closet we don't want to talk about. We make mistakes. Anybody can understand a mistake.
I can't go to prison either. I just soon go, if it'd make anybody happier, just go ahead and kill me now.
Nobody's going to kill you, Mr. McCurley.
Yeah, if you send me to prison, I will.
Well, we're not the ones that send you to prison. That would be up to a jury. And that's why we say...
I'm saying if I did this, I haven't said I didn't. I know what all is about. That's where I'll end up.
And you don't think you'll end up there anyway without saying what you need to say? I mean, wouldn't you rather make peace with things and have your final say than just blindly go off to jail? Because I'm telling you right now, we've got enough for you to just go to jail, okay? And then if a jury finds you guilty, then you go to prison. But that's why we're telling you, if you got the opportunity right now to say your piece and to tell us the whys of it, okay? We need you to step up to the plate and just tell us you made a mistake. To tell us that something happened that you didn't plan on, that this wasn't what people thought it was, and that it's this bad guy that's just going off and hurting young little girls. We need to know that something just was bad that night. Maybe you were taking some drugs, maybe you're drinking, maybe you weren't yourself. Things happen. I know there's plenty of times I regret things that I've done, and I go back and I think, oh crap, what did I do? But you've got to give us something to establish that you are a credible man, that what you're telling us right now is something that we can believe in, okay?
And that's all you want to hear is that I said I did it.
We just want the truth. That's what we want.
We want the truth.
I'm telling you the truth.
No, we know what the truth is.
And I can see it on you right now. You know, and we know, you just are afraid to say it. You know it. We know it. You're afraid. And it's okay to be afraid. I would be afraid if I were you too. But that doesn't mean it's not the truth.
Hmm.
Aren't there regrets that you have in your life that you wish you could have gone back and done something differently? Aren't there things that, you wish you could have said? Don't let this be one of those moments where you wish you had that opportunity to speak and you didn't. Because you're not going to get this chance again.
So
we don't know.
Locked up, right?
What do you mean?
I'm going to get locked up and everything. I don't have a chance to do what?
To give your say, to speak, to tell the jury what really happened, what was going on, and what was happening with you. Maybe you were depressed and you're just looking for a good time. Maybe things just kind of went bad. We don't know how they ended up. We only know we don't know the whys of how they began. We only know how they ended up. Help us understand how they started.
We don't know everything that happened that night. We know that you did it. We don't know why. We don't know everything that occurred that evening. And that's what we need your help with. And that'll help give the family closure. But we're here today and you know why.
Can you imagine if you said you wanted 2 girls? Can you imagine if either one of these was your daughters or your grandchildren and you had been waiting for 46 years to find out what happened and why? We know Carla's family, and they are loving, compassionate people, and they just want answers. They just want answers.
And they deserve that after this many years.
They've been waiting for a long time. And her brother prays to God every day that he'll get those answers. We need you to help. We need you to help with that because they deserve it. They're good people.
Hmm.
Are you religious at all? I know your wife goes to church, and she
When she can.
and
She can. She doesn't walk very good.
Mm-hmm. If you're a faithful man, then you know it's the right thing to do. Because one of these days, you're going to go over that rainbow and you're going to have to face some people. One of them's going to be her family,
Heavenly Father, we
and your
give
own
you the
family.
glory.
The power of prayer.
Because at that point, you're not going to be able to deny anything. Everybody's going to know the truth. I know you've kept this secret for a long time, and it has to have eaten at you. Has to have kind of torn at you inside, especially when you see your little ones growing up. When you lost your son, same thing. I'm sure that was a terrible, terrible thing for you. Well, they lost their daughter, and they just need answers. You're in a position right now where you can do something that nobody else can.
Yeah, and if I said I did, then I'll be in a position where I won't be able to do nothing for my family.
Well, you're kind of in that situation right now, Mr. McCurley. This is just your opportunity to tell your side of what happened and let everybody know why this happened. And not to picture you as this big monster that did this multiple times. What was it about that evening that brought you to this point? Can tell that you want to get this off your chest, but you want to talk about it.
Yeah, I want to go home.
Well, that's not going to happen, Mr. McCurley.
Aw.
You're not a monster, are you? Mr. McCurley, are you a monster? No, you're not. You know why? Because right now you're showing some remorse, okay? But I need you to tell us about that remorse. I know that you are a good man in there. Otherwise, your wife wouldn't adore you as much as she does. She wouldn't lean on you like she does. She wouldn't love you and talk about you, about how wonderful you are, okay? But that same wonderful husband needs to do what's right in his heart. And he needs to be able to show that remorse and show that regretfulness of what happened, okay? Because good men that marry good women and have children and grandchildren and best friends that are around for 40 years that give them cars are the people that inspire them. You must inspire the good in those other people because you have a kind heart, because you are a good friend, because you are a good husband. I don't know what kind of a dad you are, but imagine if you're as good of a friend as you are a dad, then you probably must be a phenomenal.
It's always kind of interesting to see these psychological games that they
Yeah, I
tend
was
to
just thinking
play.
that. Yeah.
There is no redemption, you know, like what they always try and sell
Mm-hmm.
the perpetrator in these interrogations. We all know it's futile, right? Because we're into true crime and we're used to seeing all these interrogations.
Mm-hmm.
There is a line that once it's crossed, there's no redemption for you, you know, not to the extent that they're trying to sell them.
Right, right.
But it does obviously work in a lot of cases, you know, they do eventually.
But
On you go.
that's what confuses me is we all watch these and we can
Yeah.
clearly see what's happening. Why do the people in the rooms never see what's happening? Again,
You mean why don't
I'm
they
not
ask for
there.
counsel?
Huh?
Why don't they ask for counsel and
No,
why are they
why
talking?
do they fall for these manipulate? Like, you're a good man. We know that. We see you're
Yeah.
a good man and you're a good, you know, why people would just give you cars. You had friends for 40 years, you know.
You're a good man.
You know, and the only thing I can think of is, you know, they use that when they feel like the person's right on the edge and they want to talk
Yeah,
in.
they're pushing
Because
them off.
if I were just sitting there and someone started blowing smoke up my ass like that, they wouldn't get very far. I mean, it really wouldn't do much for me. You know, I'd be like, okay, I'm still not going to admit to something. I'm just not. But again, I mean, I don't
I
know.
think if this is what I think that if they know that they're gonna it's just a matter of pushing him that last bit because he's still there and he's still talking. And
Yeah.
if he wasn't gonna talk, he would have asked for an attorney immediately. And so they knew once he didn't that it was just a matter. It's almost like you know, you're trying to get something loose and you have to keep like
Yeah.
wriggling it back and forth, and you know eventually it's going to give. It's just you just got to put the time into it.
He in my opinion, he also gave them the key when he's talking about, you know, he wants to be able to go home and take care of his family. Right there.
Yeah, they're using
That's
that.
where they knew that's where we're going to get
That's his weak point.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
this is pain point.
we're going to focus in on what a good person he is, just in case if he might be worried that people are going to think he's a monster. Nope, nope, nope. You're a good guy. You've had friends for 40 years. Everybody loves you. And we know that. And your wife
We
depends
did the same
on
thing
you.
with Chris Watts.
Right. Right. So that one comment of his gave them what I think because that's what it is. They're just poking to try to find the weak spot. He handed it right to him. He wants to be the good husband, the good family guy, the good father. I think he thinks he has been, and he doesn't want that to be ruined. So they're going to feed into that. Like, no, people will know that, you're not a bad person. And I still don't think that would work on me, but again, I don't ever plan on being in one of those chairs.
Yeah, right.
So, I'm just going to live in my ignorance about all that.
Yeah, right.
You'd be asking for an attorney immediately, Shirl.
Oh, for sure. That's the other thing is I wouldn't have sat down for like 7 seconds and go, I need my attorney. And they would walk out, and that would have been the end of that. There would be no conversations. I don't know why people always think that they can outsmart the police, but I'm not that arrogant to think that I could do that. Even if I wasn't guilty, there's a good chance I could say something that's going to make me, I'll probably admit to something I did when I was like 8. It's like, I did steal that necklace that one time.
Right.
That bag of crisps it still eats me up. But he takes the bait to such an extent that he has to attempt to portray himself as the White Knight in this event that happened, and it just gets eaten away bit by bit, and I think that's why he particularly attempted that narrative, because they're bringing up exactly what you say, that your family know that you're a good guy, think of your son and things, it's a kind of last ditch attempt to save his character.
I will just say for the record, I don't like this female detective. I don't know why. I'm just not a fan of hers for some weird reason. That's my own personal. Yeah. So they'll probably get that out of me during an interrogation someday. Yeah, I hated her.
Little dad.
You can tell he's not far away though, right?
Yep.
Yeah. They just need to give him a reason to do it.
Yeah, right. Yep.
Okay. But can you really stop right there and not give back? Show the people, show everybody that you are that good man. Show them what kind of a person you are that has made such a difference in the life of your family, okay? Because right now, it just seems like all you're doing is trying to protect yourself, and that's it, okay? But if you stand up and you be a good man and you show regret for what you did, that's something people can get behind and understand that at 77 years old, they want to show mercy to somebody like that. Nobody can promise you that, but you got to inspire that goodness in the jury and the people that are going to look at this case afterwards, like you inspire that goodness in your friends and your family. But the only way to do that is to be a good man, to step up right now, to own it. That's the only way to do that. We're not playing when we say we have evidence. We have evidence. We have your DNA. Okay, there's no.
You wouldn't be sitting here with us right now if we didn't.
Something this serious. Have your DNA.
We didn't have your DNA.
Something this serious, we don't play around with. Okay, we know what happened.
That means
we wouldn't just pluck you, one person, out of the city and bring you to this room if we didn't have evidence.
I was mixed up in it.
We understand that.
My clip on my gun.
Now, this doesn't have anything to do with your clip and your gun. Now, this is more serious than that, Mr. McCurley.
You wouldn't be upset right now and crying if you didn't feel bad. You wouldn't be upset right now if there wasn't something there that shows that you have remorse.
We can see the remorse on your face.
You just gotta tell us about it. You're this close. You just gotta tell us about it. And I promise you, you'll feel better after you do, because then that weight you've been carrying all this time will be something that you can finally let go of.
Be off your shoulders.
I imagine it's been difficult to keep this from your wife all these years. Y'all been married for over 50-something years. And to keep something like this from her, where I'm sure she's your best friend, you do everything together, you tell her everything, and you've had this one secret that you've kept all this time. Let it go. You need to be able to let it go. Okay? You need to be able to let it loose, because that's the only way. The only way forward is for you to let it go. Something like this big, it eats you up. And it's been eating on you for 46 years. You can do it. We're willing to listen to whatever you have to say. But you got to be straight with us. You got to be honest.
Just let it out.
What?
Here you go. Come on. It's going to be okay. You can tell us about it.
I've been wanting to do this for a long time. It's okay, Miss.
Okay.
Okay. Just start from the beginning.
I did do it, I guess.
I guess.
Can you tell us what happened?
One thing I can say is I'd been out drinking quite a bit.
Okay.
Had problems. I don't remember what it was now, but got well, everybody. Bowling ball place.
Were you inside or outside?
I was outside. I'd parked in the parking lot.
It's just people watching.
I don't know if it was or not. I heard a girl screaming in the car over a couple of cars away from me. And I went over there to see if I could help. And
What'd you see?
there was this big guy that had her up against the door, jerking her around and this and that kind of stuff. And I opened the car door to help her out. And I got her and put her in my car.
When you went to help her out, what did you see was going on inside the car?
I couldn't tell if she was wrestling against her or something. I don't know.
Okay.
And she was screaming and yelling.
So you got her and you put her in your car.
I put her in my car and got her calmed down. And we talked about some things. I don't know. I asked her why he was beating her up or whatever he was doing. And she started hugging me, thanking me.
It's worth taking note as well. The boyfriend actually was suspected for a long time, and he was put through hell because of it.
Ooh. Hmm.
So I just put in chat that, God, I really hope that none of that is true. Can you imagine, like, you know, something's happening with your boyfriend and he's doing whatever. Some guy comes to your rescue and you're like, oh my gosh, oh, I'm saved. And then to have him do what he did to her, that, ugh.
It's a whole
Yeah, that's
different
pretty
level of
messed up.
torture.
Yeah. I hope that this is just what he's told himself all these years to justify how it started, maybe. I hope, because I can't imagine, like, that would just be horrible.
Yeah.
So the boyfriend was suspected. Was it just because he was the boyfriend, or there was no like pre-existing, like,
That's
they used to fight all the time, or
I don't think there was any, history like that. I think
It
it's just
wasn't like
that.
Sarah Boone, right?
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah. Like I said, I hope this is just something he's told himself all these years and that it wasn't really true. Kind of like, the Sarah Boone thing. Oh my gosh, now I'm saved and now you're not. And oh, fuck.
That has to be, just to imagine how he must have felt when she came over and turned over that suitcase. We know for a fact that she did that.
Yeah.
He must have been thinking he was about to get let out. Can you imagine?
The whole
No,
thing is so bizarre.
no. That's what I said, you said I could cuss on your panel. So
You can, yeah.
that's the ultimate mind fuck to do to somebody. It really is.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
he wants out. Oh, so she flips it over from upside down to upright. He's got to be thinking, oh, good Lord, thank God. And then not. Like, I can't even imagine the level of
That's the ultimate
defeat.
power. It's power.
Yeah,
over.
it's crazy.
Yep.
Just crazy. There is actually testimony of the boyfriend from a couple of years ago describing what
way.
happened. Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, I can play that now if you like, or will I just continue with this just now? The interrogation?
It's up to you guys. I mean,
You can just keep going.
Yeah.
save Sarah for another night.
That's a whole other Pandora's box.
Sarah, this is a bad pun, but there's a lot to unpack when it comes to Sarah. That's for sure.
Oh my God.
My God.
We could go weeks talking about her.
Oh yeah. And we probably will.
Sometime in February, maybe.
Yeah.
No,
Don't say that. It's January. Don't put it back in
January
the month.
30th. January 30th.
Crazy.
So it's February.
One thing led to another. And did have sex with her. And I was pretty drunk. Kind of. She wanted. I told her I was going to take her home, and she said she didn't want to go home right that minute. We'd driven somewhere, I don't know, parked on a lot somewhere. And I let her out of the car. I don't know too much from there on.
Need you to tell us why you felt like you had to kill her.
Are you afraid she's going to go to your wife?
I guess.
Where was she when you killed her? Back in the car?
I guess. I don't know.
Were you using any sort of drugs in addition to the alcohol? Just the alcohol?
Whiskey and stuff and beer.
Any drugs?
No. I never used drugs.
How did you kill her?
I guess choked.
Wow.
Give me some more tissue.
Can we pause that really quick? I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep annoying people in chat by pausing it, but I really
No,
want to
please
know
do.
You're
from
fine.
your guys' point of view, why do you think saying that made him completely break down? Do you think it was the fact that he finally said it out loud? Or do you, in my opinion, think that maybe it all came crashing down on him? It became real. It wasn't just this foggy memory or even this memory where he's convinced himself or whatever. But what do you guys think why he just lost it by that one comment?
Well, that was the revelation. That was, they finally discussed the crime itself.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny. I don't know why, but this kind of makes me think of the disassociation that was going on with Chris Watts. Do you know the interview, the famous interview on the porch?
Yeah, sermon on the porch.
Yeah, I honestly believe for him, if some if other people didn't witness what he did to Shanann and the kids, then it didn't really happen, right? And I think something like that is going on here, where because they've described the details and he's actually acknowledged, he says, "I guess I kind of choked him,"
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Then for the first time in close to 50 years, he's got the mental image in his head of literally doing what he did to her. That has made it real again.
Or is it the fact that he knows by that one sentence he's actually put the final nail in his own coffin? Even though he used
Yeah.
the word, I guess, that the qualifier, it doesn't really mean anything. But is it that? Is it like as soon
Could
as
be a
you,
bit of both. Like
yeah,
he's
because
crossed the
I'm trying to
line.
picture like when you're talking to your little kids and did you do this? I don't know, maybe I did. Well, Johnny did too, and I'm not really sure. No, did you do that? Yes, I did it. And all of a sudden they just break out crying. Is it the
Yeah,
fact that
great point.
now I've actually admitted it? There's no going back. This is it. I have to face it.
Yeah. Great
Yeah.
point.
I don't know if that's the case with him or.
No, I think that's really accurate.
Yeah.
I've never had kids, so like I don't have that experience, but like I'm like, oh, that's so true though. That is what children do.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. I mean, as soon as they actually admit to something, it's just nothing but snot and tears.
Yeah, breakdown.
Yeah.
And look at his posture. Look at his hand. He is the inner child now, right? He's covered his face in shame.
Yeah.
And this is where I think the detectives are doing really good. I don't know who said it in the chat. Someone said it, that they're still holding on to his hand. They're still giving him that support. Now, if they were to back away now, that he possibly could shut down. Right. Yes. So they're, hey, you're not a bad person. You're not a monster. We're still here. We're here for you. Just
she's
you're
his mother right now.
That's how
I think she's doing way better than
Tammy Lee too. Tammy Lee.
Yeah. Tammy Lee did good, but I think even though I don't like this detective, even though I've only seen her for like 7 seconds, I can't say I don't like her. I just didn't like the way she kind of played with the.
No, I get it. I hear. I know what you mean.
Yeah. I think she's doing better than Tammy Lee, but either way, they both worked. They worked. So whatever.
Correct.
She's definitely. I said in the chat too, I really liked how they let him sit with it for a minute instead of. Actually, it was longer than a minute. It was quite a while. Instead of, giving him a couple seconds and then asking that next question. They knew they had to give him that minute because if they tried pushing too fast, he would just shut down, and we would have a whole bunch of nopes. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. They let him sit with it, and you could really see it. Him
That's
coming
a great point.
like
There's something really powerful in that silence.
Yes. I mean, that was making me actually
there
kind
is
of
a tactic.
uncomfortable.
That's a tactic. The detectives will create silence by certain things that they'll ask or say, because they know psychologically, it's been tested that people will rush to fill silence because it makes
but
them
that silence seemed like a different one to me. I know what you're saying, and it is true, because I mean we all know that if we're all sitting on this panel and nobody talks for like 30 seconds, someone's going to say something, right?
And it gets them to talk.
Right. But for me, it looked more like they were just giving him that moment that he needed. Don't rush him. I mean, it's been 40 some years. It's going to take a minute. Just give him that moment. And that's what it felt like. And I really,
you guys have seen the Russell Williams interrogation, right?
It's been a long time, but yeah, I have seen it. But it's been a long time.
That's a great example of the same thing, where the interrogator just sits in silence. Once Russell has no way back, he just sits there. You know?
But it's a fine line too, though. I mean, if you give them too long of time, I mean, I'm sure they're doing a whole lot of body language reading too, because if you give them too long of a time, they could actually try to, in their brain, be trying to reverse, basically pull those words back and come up with, but I think they saw with him, he wasn't going to go back. They just needed to give him that minute to basically give him a minute to accept what he's about ready to do.
And do you know as well, a lot of people tend to balk when they see interrogators showing, some sympathy, or, like Tammy, rubbing Chris's back and things, and the way that they're being here with him, they're showing him a lot.
Those are people that know absolutely nothing about police interrogations.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know everything about police interrogations. Like I said, I don't like how she handled that with his rights. But I don't have to know police interrogation to know that was kind of a wishy-washy way to do it. But who am I to second guess what these people are doing? I'm not trained. They're not just people who were police officers, then got promoted to detectives, and they put a suspect in the room and started questioning them. There's training and training and training. So who the hell am I to question what they're doing? Obviously it works. They get people to confess to crimes they didn't even do. So clearly this stuff works. I mean, not always the right way, but I don't like it. I don't like it when people question, stuff like that. Like they're actually detectives and they've gone through all of it themselves.
Yeah.
I think that's ridiculous.
What are you doing?
Is your cat playing up?
Yeah. She, I think she found a bug. She loves bugs. It must be a bug.
Bugs?
It's like her little pets.
Well, I know my cats are, but it's like November in Alaska. There are no bugs. That's why I love wintertime, because I hate bugs. So it's non-bug season. That's my favorite.
There's these ones. They're called. Well, they're actually called stink bugs because.
Yep, we have those.
Yeah, they hatch like every winter. I've had them following me from apartment to apartment for years.
Oh.
And Bella loves them. Right, Bella?
I had a cat that loved dragonflies, and then somebody told me it's really bad luck to kill a dragonfly, and I thought, oh shit, I'm screwed because my cat probably killed like 100 of them.
You should see Shirl's cat. Shirl's got the coolest cat I've ever seen. It has it has such a personality.
Really. I call her my squatter cat because she's not really my cat. She just moved in one day.
Yeah, I get it.
And she's just living here, and every now and then she'll let us pet her. And sometimes we're allowed to look at her, but only for a minute. And then
you're allowed to live there with her.
Right. And the dogs are terrified of her because they're even within 10 feet of her and she can see them. She hisses at them. She has no intentions of attacking them. She's just making sure they know, don't fuck
dude,
with
this
me.
is my turf.
And the dogs are like, why is she even here? and really quick, we had an earthquake a few months ago, and it was a pretty good one. Yeah. So where I'm sitting in my office, my door goes straight. I could see the cat tree. She was laying up there, right? So we're having this earthquake, and I'm like, oh shit. So you kind of wait a minute to see, is this one that I need to get up for? Or can I just ride this out? And all of a sudden I see, like, because I have like 2 little chihuahuas, they go ping, ping out of my peripheral, running through the living room to run downstairs. So I look up, she's just sitting on the cat tree, licking herself.
Whatever.
Like, it's a fucking earthquake. Calm down, people.
Are they common out there?
In Alaska?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. We get, I think we get more earthquakes than anybody else in the United States.
Is it the San Andreas fault?
No.
Okay.
We're part of the Ring of Fire, but we're not part of that fault.
Okay.
So
how high? What do they rate to? Are they considerable?
The biggest one that I've been through was I think it was 7.1. In 2018 we had a 7.1 or 7.3. That one was pretty bad.
Wow.
I mean, I have some cracks in my building. Everything was friggin' destroyed. I came upstairs and I like freaked out because my bedroom's downstairs, and I said it looked like a friggin' really pissed off poltergeist came through because everything in my kitchen cabinets was dumped out on the floor.
Wow.
And my mom lives in the back at the time. She lived at the back of the building because I own a fourplex. She had one Christmas ball fall off her Christmas tree.
No way. Oh, that's wild.
Yeah, it was like I was cleaning up glass until like June of the following summer. I mean, I was finding glass everywhere. So that was the worst one. That was the worst one I've ever been through.
Huh. Wow.
And it destroyed a lot of streets and stuff too. But I mean, the worst part is I just had a bunch of broken glass. The weird part was when the earthquake started, I was in bed and my dogs woke me up, and it just felt like a typical earthquake, kind of like when you first wake up to an earthquake and you're a horror movie fan. It's not a lot of fun because your first thought is Exorcist because the bed's rocking.
Oh yeah.
So my dogs wake me up. My first thought is, oh shit, this is it. I'm gonna get possessed. Anyways, the bed was rocking a little bit more than normal, and I was like, oh, you guys, it's okay. So my daughter calls, freaked out, like, oh my, because she hates them. I go running over to her apartment, and everything in the living room's all over the place. And I thought, what the hell happened? My downstairs was fine. My upstairs was destroyed. Her apartment was destroyed. My mom lost a Christmas ball off her Christmas tree. Right. It's so fucking weird. It's so weird.
It is weird. Wow.
But
it'd be scary to be in a high rise during an earthquake, I'd imagine.
Yes, I've been in that, but not a big earthquake. I mean, because where I used to work, I was on like the 4th floor. So I've been on there for, 3. But see, in Alaska, a lot of the buildings are built just like in California. They're built for earthquakes. So they just basically just rock back and forth. Sometimes the tiles fall out of the ceilings, but that's about it. So I actually feel pretty safe in any commercial building in Alaska because a lot of them are really built for earthquakes. So much more safe than I feel in my building, which was born in 1978 when apparently they had no building codes and they just made it up as they went along. So anyway, so my squatter cat apparently doesn't give a shit about earthquakes. She's just like, nah, I'm just gonna sit here and clean myself.
Of course she doesn't.
Because she's badass.
Your cat's not scared of anything.
I know, she's so badass. All right. Sorry, made it all about me for a minute. I'm going back on mute.
From cats and earthquakes, back to true crime.
You've been holding on to that for a long time. It's about time you let that loose.
What a huge weight.
Another tissue. Did you ever do anything to her boyfriend? Did you hit him or anything?
Oh no, I might have. I don't remember. Was wrestling over on that door.
Mm-hmm. So you and him were wrestling too at the door?
Yeah, on her door,
Okay. Did he ever
trying to push him off of her.
Did he ever get out of the car?
I don't think so.
Do you know if you had your gun with you when you were there?
I didn't have my gun. I didn't take my gun.
You didn't take your gun with you?
What did she say they'd been fighting about?
I don't know, there's something about that he wanted to do something. She didn't want to or something like that, and he got mad.
Do something as far as more specific.
I don't know. She just said that he got upset and jerking her around. Just trying to help her. I didn't help her.
Did you see either one of them hit each other? Her hit him or him hit her?
He was, I think. He was jumping. I couldn't see real good, but I could see through the window.
Mm-hmm.
And she was screaming.
Do you remember what she was screaming?
No, the windows were up.
So you don't remember having your gun with you at all when you were there that night?
I wasn't in my pickup. I was in my old beat up car. I'd been out drinking. And didn't want to get caught with a gun in my car.
Was your gun really stolen?
Yes. I don't have it.
Was it stolen before then or after that?
I can't do dates.
Okay.
So when you let her out of the car for a little while, did she come back inside your car?
I left her. It was, I don't know where she lived or anything, but where we were, it was
So did you strangle her in the car or outside of the car?
Listen. You've done great so far. I know you got diabetes. You want me to get you a snack or something?
I feel all right.
What's that?
I can't hear too well. What'd you say?
I feel okay right now.
Are you sure? I can get you some cookies or chips or something. Might make you feel a little better. Sometimes a little sugar in our system gives us a little bit of, makes us smile. You know what I'm saying? No, that makes me smile.
Me too.
Here you go. Let me get rid of that real quick. Now, what was it? You sure you don't need a snack? You good? I'm gonna step out for a minute, okay? We'll be right back. Told us you were drinking, okay? And I'm sure that that's the reason that this happened, is because you were drinking, okay? Matter of fact, where were you drinking that night?
In the car.
So you just carrying a bottle around, drinking, driving around?
Beer.
And you said you're drinking whiskey?
Yeah.
What else? Just whiskey?
Beer.
Beer and whiskey. How long had you been drinking?
Several hours.
Okay. So you probably weren't in the best state. You're probably drunk. Probably, you said you had some problems going on. So your mind wasn't all there. Okay. So what happens when you see the little girl and her boyfriend in the car?
Oh, I thought she was being beat up on.
Okay. So even if you thought she was being beat up, people are going to have a hard time believing that she actually had sex with you. Because willingly. She had a stellar reputation. She was Little Miss All-American. You know, she was a virgin. She's just not going to have sex with some stranger when she's been with her little boyfriend for a couple of years. You need to tell us the complete truth, just not parts of it, okay?
You've done the hardest part.
If you forced her to have sex, that's just one small piece, okay? It's nothing compared to the fact of how it ends up. You've already come this far. You might as well just go the whole boat so that they know.
Well, I don't think I beat her up.
No, you didn't have to beat her up. Well, you already said that you probably choked her at the end, right? But we need to know that you forced her to have sex, okay? Because there was definitely evidence of rape.
I guess I did. I don't.
You see how?
I guess you did, or
Huh?
You did, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I guess I did, but I don't remember any bad part of it until I got scared about it.
Right.
What made you scared?
I was afraid that she'd tell on me or something.
Okay. So let's go backwards, okay? Start at the beginning of that day. You were at work that day, right? Okay, so you get off of work. What happens when you get off of work?
I just went to the store, I guess.
Okay, so you get off of work, nobody's home, you're alone, you're probably lonely, right? So you get off of work, you go to the store, you bought some beer and some whiskey? Okay, then what happens?
I just parked in some parking lots and drove around a little bit and drank.
Okay, so you're cruising around, you're drinking. How late is it?
I don't know.
Was it dark or was there still light out?
It's both.
Okay, so you started a little bit early and it carried on a little later into the night. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So at some point you find yourself at the bowling alley.
Brother, did you find a ball?
Parked in a lot there.
You parked in a lot. you hear her, okay? You hear her screaming, you just don't know what it is. So you go over there to check on her. Then what happens?
I opened the door on her side
Mm-hmm.
and had a tussle with him, trying to get him off of her. I was pushing him.
You say tussle. What all do you mean by tussle? What exactly happened?
Just pushing him off because he was.
Did you ever hit him, or did he ever hit you?
I don't know about that.
Okay. So you're pushing him off, and then what happens?
He got over on the other side of the car, and I told her to come on and get in my car, and she got out and got in my car.
Did she say anything to him?
No, I don't think so.
Because the way it was told to us was that you grabbed her and you forced her into your car.
No, I was holding her arm to get her away from him.
Okay.
And he was cussing and yelling and stuff like that. And I think he got in the car and drove off before I got out of the parking lot. And I drove around for 10 or 15 minutes and then parked at another parking lot and was talking to her.
Mm-hmm. And then did she want you to take her home?
Well, she didn't say that.
Okay. So then
she might have been, but she.
Just tell us this part, Mr. McCurley. What happened? Just be completely honest with us.
Well, she just was thankful that I got her away from him.
Okay.
That's what she said.
Okay. And then what?
I don't know.
Did you mistake her gratitude for her wanting to have sex and you took it a little too far and maybe forced yourself?
I might have. I was drunk. I don't.
Well, like I
I
said,
had good intentions, but
you had good intentions to start, but maybe those good intentions kind of went away because you're a man. You've been drinking. Here's a pretty little girl, and you just couldn't help yourself. I mean, does that sound about right?
I guess I got.
Did you get carried away?
I got scared that she saw me and everything like that. She'd tell on me.
Because you had gotten a little rougher with her than.
Well, I didn't get rough with her, I don't think. Besides choking her, I guess.
As far as the sex go, you did force yourself on her as far as having the sex. And I would think the alcohol probably contributed to that. And you're not, I'm looking at you.
That's the thing, Antimone. How much he actually does recall. He remembers a lot, right?
I think I think he's told himself, so if you think about this happened 40 some years ago. He was 29 at the time, right? So he's been telling himself this lie longer than he had been alive at that time. And I think in his own mind that could have been something he did. He didn't go out as this quote unquote monster and grab this girl out of this car, try to shoot the boyfriend, threw her in his truck, raped her and killed her. That would make him a bad person. So he started off being the hero He's rescuing her. And then at one point he said, and then things just kind of got, they were kind of messing around, or what did he say? Something. And
Yeah, and he said he got
just,
scared and things.
yeah,
Just,
and things got out of hand, I guess. And, you know, so he totally minimized and downplay it. But he gets the first part, he gets to be the hero of the story. He rescues her, right? I mean, just the fact where he said, well, when you took her to put her in your truck, did she say anything? Did she say anything to him? He's like, no, I don't think so. Well, if my boyfriend was beating the crap out of me in a car and some guy came and yanked me out, you bet your ass I'd have a lot of shit to say on my way to the safety of this guy's truck. But, you know, maybe things are different. But, and then he said the guy just drove away. Like, I really do think he's convinced himself of this whole stupid scenario just so he could live with himself, maybe.
I think you're right. I mean, it's just incredible that a mind is capable of doing that. You know, it's crazy. It really is. And it's
scary.
It is scary. It is.
Well, it's kind of like you basically you brainwash yourself into believing something.
And I guess it kind of comes back to what I mentioned in chat. It's this innate primal urge to survive, this human survival urge that we can't do anything about. We all have it, you know, it's innate. So I think to try and survive psychologically, people like this must have to do something like that, right? Convince themselves of a different version of what happened, or convince themselves that the victim somehow was asking for it. That happens sometimes.
Oh,
Maybe not with this guy, but
that way they're not completely this quote unquote evil monster thing. Like there's some accountability on somebody else's part, and in his case, like I said, he started off being the hero. I mean, everybody loves a hero, right? And then because I was drunk, things got out of hand, and I guess I did this, and which, you know, is still a terrible thing, and he realizes that, but it's not as bad as, I saw this couple, I opened the door, I yanked her out, I tried to shoot the boyfriend, that didn't work, so, you know, I pistol whipped him, and then I threw her in my truck, raped her, and strangled her. I mean, that sounds pretty fucking horrific compared to the story he's trying to tell, right?
And it's all the added on things that he was also trying to give the narrative that she was kind of coming on to him after all this.
Yes. You know? Yes. But that's, I think in a lot of rape, especially like a date rape situation, I think that's a typical thing. Again, that sets him aside as he's not this bad person. Something just happened. Like he said, things got out of hand. And again,
I'd love to know how drunk he really was as well. You know, I mean, how much?
Well, he wasn't too drunk to, okay, so not to sound crude, but a lot of drunk people,
I know what you're saying,
yeah. A lot of drunk people have performance issues, like seriously drunk, like blackout kind of drunk. They have performance issues. Not all of them, but some do. But he was coordinated enough to get her out and into his truck to pistol whip the boyfriend. I mean, if you think about it, if you're that like stupid drunk, you're falling down, you can't see straight, you're not going to be able to accomplish all that, because, you know, the boy wasn't, you know, an 80-year-old man. He was a young boy. He looked like he could probably handle himself well. So I don't think he was that drunk, honestly.
Yeah. No, I think you're probably right. It's like someone's, like Emily in chat said, there's something about this. It's so disturbing. I think there is a profound reason it is so disturbing, you know, because he probably isn't an evil person, right? That's a kind of hard thing to kind of acknowledge.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and I think part of it, and for me, and I don't know if this is, not very often do you have 70-some-year-old men talking about stuff like this? Are they admitting to crimes like this? I mean, I don't watch a whole lot of interrogations where, you know, 80-year-old men are talking about pistol whipping, and, well, he's not, but we know what happened, and raping a girl. I mean, it just, I don't know. There's something, I don't know. There's something wrong about that.
And just do the thought experiment as well. He was obviously going to take this to his grave, right? No one was ever going to find out about
No,
this,
no
right?
one was ever going to find out.
But just, just think about how many unsolved cases there are, right, through history. How many
So,
people have taken knowledge of
oh,
this to
lots.
their grave?
Well,
That's
the
scary.
Melissa murder did, right?
There you
Because
go.
we don't know who did that.
Yeah.
Just famous ones, Jack the Ripper. I mean, there's a lot of them, right? So
Yep.
I want to ask Bebop really quick, saying that, yes, he is evil. And I agree, it's atrocious. But do you think he's evil? Okay, so let's say that this was the only crime he ever did. Would you still say he's an evil person, or would you say he did an evil thing? I'm just wondering if there's a distinction.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess it comes down to definitions as well, doesn't it? Of your concept of evil.
Like I said, I use the word evil usually pretty sparingly. I mean, I say it a lot, but I don't apply it to a lot of people for a lot of actions. I mean, there's a lot of other words that I like repulsive, disgusting, pieces of shit, things like that.
I don't know. Chris Watts was evil?
No.
Really?
I don't think he was evil. I think I do believe he deserves the death penalty for sure. See, again, I don't think Chris Watts is the kind of person that would have gone on to commit other heinous acts for no reason whatsoever, which to me, that's more of like an evil person. People that are just out to cause as much pain and suffering upon people for their own pleasure. To me, that's more of an evil person. But again, evil, everybody has their own definition of it. I don't think Chris Watts is that. I do think he's a very sick individual that, in my opinion, does not deserve to be breathing.
But it's like what you said early on in this live, the types of people, they look at other human beings just like they are bugs or flies, just complete disregard for them. I guess that's the closest thing to evil that you can conceive of, right?
Right. I do believe that's how he felt about
his kids?
Yes.
I
don't. But see, that goes back to psychology stuff, and I'm not a doctor, but just based on some of the things I know, narcissistic, antisocial personality. I think he has all those. And with those comes the inability to have empathy or even more than superficial feelings for anybody, whether they're your own kids or not. I mean, we hear, even parents that don't kill, you hear about parents, mothers and fathers, who just walk away from their kids and never look back because they don't have any feelings towards them. They're like, you know what? I tried this parent thing, don't want to do it anymore. And they walk away. Those of us that have had kids, we can't comprehend that. They don't kill them, but they still have no emotional connection to them. And even though he lived in the same house with them, he played his part. That's what I saw. I saw him playing a part. And part
the
was
fact
father.
He played it so well, though, by all accounts, right?
He played it so well based on snippets of videos that we saw. I mean, we haven't heard tons and tons and tons of friends coming forward going, he was the best dad in the entire world. He doted on his he doesn't have a whole lot of character witnesses as far as being a husband or a father.
No, he does. He does.
A lot? I know he's had some friends, yes.
No, there were people that attested to his commitment to the kids.
Well, commitment and being emotionally connected to them are two different things.
No, the latter. Well, I'm going to get the discovery out.
Okay, so that's another thing. I willingly admit I have not read the entire discovery.
I haven't read the whole thing either. So
yeah, there's just, again, for me, these are just my opinions, and they're based on, again, snippets of things that I've seen, things here and there, and my opinions. But when it all comes down to it, he admitted it. He's in jail. The discussion about it, why he did and all that, that's a psychological point that can be discussed, but after that,
I want to read just a paragraph really quick from this article that I found today. It's called the neurobiology of evil. In the
Cool.
paragraph, it says the amygdala is important because among its other functions, it allows an individual to respond to the facial expressions of others. When a person has an abnormal amygdala, one that doesn't process the facial expressions of emotion, they can have an inability to register the fear and suffering of a victim. This lack of response to the emotions of others predisposes an individual to antisocial, even criminal behavior.
Wow. And it was a tumor on the amygdala that Charles Whitman had.
Oh, was it?
Yep.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah. Shirl Bebop confirmed that they believe is evil.
And you know, like I said, I mean, I respect that because everybody has their own definitions of evil people, evil acts, you know.
That's what I said. Like evil, it's a relative term. It's more of it's a judgment. It's based on your own personal perspective.
Yeah. I mean, and again, like I said, I don't think you have to be, in my opinion, an evil person to warrant not breathing air. I don't think you have to be an evil person, in my opinion, to get the death penalty. I think some acts are just bad enough by themselves without you being an actual. And again, you know, we talk about Chris Watts. That's just my belief. Do I know that he would have never done that again if he, you know, with the next woman, and then he decides he wants a new woman, so he wipes out the second family? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he is an evil person. I have no idea.
He's certainly an enigma, and I think he's always going to be one. We're never going to know what, you know. We're never going to know.
Has anybody else thought this? Because I mentioned this to some friends and they went, "What?" And maybe I was totally off base, and I could be. But does he kind of come across like he's maybe on the spectrum?
I've always said that.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I said that to some people, and they're like, "What are you talking about? Where do you get that from?" I'm like, I don't know. Have you watched the interview with him on the porch? I don't know. That was the impression I got. So if that is the case, again, that skews things too, because, you know, their reactions to things and come off one way, but could mean something different. So if that's the case, I mean,
I have a video on my website that I did from 2019. That was, is Chris Watts on the spectrum? It's all about that.
Oh, wow.
Oh. So
it's on your YouTube channel.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So going to that really quick, if that is the case, then his really uncomfortable, abnormal behavior on the porch may not necessarily be this deep-seated mental health issue.
Well, he was lying, though.
Oh, well, for sure, right. But some of those reactions that made you feel so uncomfortable could just be because if he is on the spectrum, that's his reaction because of that. That's possible. But you know what? I don't care. I think he's a piece of shit. And if Colorado had the death penalty, if they weren't about ready to get rid of it, I have no doubt he probably would have got it. And in my opinion, he should have got it. And we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, I noticed I've got this contradiction where I've got no problem with someone like Chris Watts or the Delphi murderer being killed, but if you ask me to, you know, vote, you know, politically or legally, I probably would agree that capital punishment is wrong. You know, it's a weird cognitive dissonance. Strange. I don't know.
Well, I think for people like him, so it's not always the crime that they commit. What happens after the crime? He didn't need to do the things that he did to their bodies, but he chose to for some weird reason, and that seems like it's an added part, like a desecration. That's another level. Like, you know, yeah, he didn't need to do those. He didn't need to do that. But he chose to. And why did he choose to? Well, that's the part that in my mind, you're a sick person and you don't deserve biscuits and gravy for breakfast. You just don't.
Yep. What do you think about Emily's point there, Antimone? She perceives Brandon to be possibly on the spectrum.
Sorry, I have to admit, I was looking through the Discovery. The more I've seen videos of Brandon, like from court, 911 calls, as well as researching. Oh, he is on the spectrum. Yes, he is. He's
Right.
he's been diagnosed. Yes.
Okay.
And he is totally on the spectrum, and he knows it. We've discussed it.
Yeah. All right. Let's go back to Glenn here.
You're not a monster. We've seen monsters, and you don't seem like a bad person to us. But things happen, and I would think with the drinking, when it came to having sex with her, that got out of hand.
Well, and you're considerably bigger. You're what, 6'3"?
Something like that.
Okay, and you're probably 250 pounds or so back then. She's 4'11", about 85 pounds. So that can go bad quickly. That can go bad very quickly.
So you were afraid that she was going to tell because she wasn't wanting to have sex, right?
Well, she didn't just, I don't think. I can't.
I don't think anybody's going to believe the fact that she was willing to have sex with a stranger when she wasn't willing to have sex with her boyfriend. You can understand that, right? Does that sound reasonable to you?
I didn't know much what's going on in here.
So after it's all said and done, you said you took her somewhere. You don't remember where you took her?
I let her out somewhere.
Okay.
It happened.
I was over, I don't know, it's down, I want to say it's down there by the end of that street that turns into that. What street is it?
Did she ever get up again when you left her?
Yeah, I think she did. When I was getting her out of the car.
You'd already choked her at this point.
Well, I tried.
So you choked her in the car, not at the place that you left her?
No.
You're doing really good, Mr. McCurley. Just need to continue being just completely honest with us. You've gotten the hardest part out
I
of the
got her
way.
out of the car.
Okay.
And she was still breathing. I didn't.
How do you know?
Well, she was standing up by herself against the car.
So did you choke her again?
No.
Well, at what point did you kill her?
I don't know if I did.
Well, we know you did. That's already been established.
That I did kill her?
Yes.
Mhm.
You did.
Yes.
I don't know.
So you choked her in the car, and is that where you raped her as well, in the car? And then you dropped her off at the other place?
I don't know. I can't remember all that.
We just need you to tell us what happened. You don't want to just give us half the story.
You've come this far already. The hard part's over. We're just looking for details to
And this is about
make sure you're 100% honest.
it making you credible. Because right now, you've not given us the whole story, Mr. McCurley. You've given us a part of it, and you've gotten past the hardest part. You've done a really good job. But we need the whole story. We need the story that people are going to understand and relate to and believe. You were drinking that night. That's understandable. But we need you to tell us the whole story, not just bits and pieces.
And we know that things got out of control. And people can understand that. But they've got to be able to understand it coming from you, completely honest about it.
Some of it I don't remember. I mean,
Some of it you don't remember.
I can remember her and me together in the car.
Don't take away the good stuff that you've said by changing things up now, okay? We know that you first came across her and that you were trying to initially help. But what I think happened after that is that things got out of control, out of your control, because you were drinking, you're a bigger man, and you probably mistook her gratitude for consent, which it wasn't, okay? Carla was raped, and she was choked, okay? We already know that you choked her. So the reason that you choked her, it makes sense that the reason you choked her is because you were afraid she was going to tell. Because otherwise, she doesn't know who you are. You didn't know who she was. You're two random strangers. So even if you did have sex, like you said, you would have never had to see that little girl again. There's no reason she would have told. What made you afraid was the fact that you raped her, okay? There was evidence of Carla's rape. We know that she was raped. We just need you to come clean about that, okay? Don't take away all the good that you've done by denying that, because we already know that that happened.
Well, I said I did.
Okay. Well,
I just,
you just don't remember the details. Is that what you're saying?
no, I just don't remember everything that happened that night.
Okay. So you did rape her. You just don't remember everything that happened.
Yes.
You've done really good. You know, like Detective Wagner said, let's not take away all the good you've done. You said you went there to help her because you heard her screaming. So let's not take the good part of what you did away by not being fully truthful with us about all of it, or otherwise none of it's believable.
What else?
Just about the rape aspect of it.
I just had sex with her.
Well, there's a difference between sex and rape. Okay, sex means she's willing.
Well,
If she wasn't willing with her boyfriend, it's not believable that she would be willing to have sex with a complete stranger. I think you can understand
well,
that.
I think I think she was crying when I was doing all that. I mean,
And why was she
getting her away from him.
Why do you think she was crying?
Oh, because she wasn't with him. That's what.
Right. Because she didn't go willingly with you. She was crying because you were taking her away.
I just had a hold of her hand and was getting her pulled away from him.
Mm-hmm.
So he wouldn't be on her again, because she was crying and holding her clothes, I think, her shirt.
So what you intended just ended up badly. Is that right? It started out as a good thing, turned into a bad thing? Something that kind of got out of control?
And you didn't have anything to be afraid of if you didn't force her to have sex with you. There would have been nothing to be afraid of if she willingly did that. Right? That makes sense.
I don't know. That's the first time that it ever happened. Anything like that had happened.
Right. I'm sure it was.
So nothing like this has ever happened before?
No. I guess I just got carried away and I wasn't any better than him.
And because you raped her, you felt like you needed to kill her to keep her quiet.
No, I was just having sex with her. I didn't beat her up except for choking her afterwards. I just had sex with her.
But having sex with somebody doesn't necessarily mean the same, okay? You might have been having sex with her, but was she willing to have sex with you?
I don't remember any difference, man.
I don't think any. See, you've already told us you've done really well in telling us the hard part about what's happened. But we need the whole story. Don't take away the good that you've done when you said you went over there intentionally at first to try and help her. But it's not believable that she willingly had sex with you. But it's understandable if you've been drinking that night, you weren't in your right mind. But to say that she willingly had sex with you is very, very difficult for, I think, anybody to believe. Does that make sense?
Well, okay, so how about I ask you this? She's a pretty young girl. You said you had some issues going on and you were drinking. Did you choke her while you're having sex? Because sometimes it happens. Sometimes people choke people when they're having sex because that's part of what makes it exciting. There's actually a thing called autoerotica where they actually do that. Did you choke her while you were having sex with her?
I don't think so. I think it was afterwards.
Okay, so you choked her afterwards, which means you choked her because you were afraid. You're afraid of what had happened beforehand. And what had happened beforehand was that you forced her. Okay, you were having sex because she's a pretty young girl.
Force. I mean,
meaning she didn't want to. Okay, there's evidence that she was forced. She did not want to have sex, even if you did. That's why we're calling it rape, because she didn't want to have sex.
She didn't want to have sex with her boyfriend. Logic tells you that she most definitely didn't want to have sex with a stranger. She may have been happy that you took her out of a situation that she was frustrated with but that doesn't mean she wants to have sex with you, right?
Or sometimes, you know, we,
Maybe I didn't recognize it. I don't know. I didn't fight her and hit her and all that stuff while we was doing it until afterwards, and I got scared, like I said.
did you hold her down?
What do you mean?
Like maybe hold her arms, hold her legs?
Let me ask you this. Was she crying during sex?
I don't think so. I don't remember that.
Did she ever tell you no?
No, unless I didn't hear her. So, like I said, I was pretty drunk.
We're just needing you to be completely honest.
I'm trying to.
I know, but the hard part about this is part of your story makes sense, and we know it's the truth, but part of this is not adding up, or you're just not being completely forthcoming about what happened. And I think for you to get peace, you really need to tell us everything that happened that night. Not just part of the story. That's not going to give you peace. That's not going to help anybody. I can feel that you're holding on to part of this story and you're not letting everything out.
I did what I did, and after that, I got her out of the car and drove off.
Was there a reason that you selected the spot that you placed her body?
I put her.
What was the reason you selected the spot that you did to place her body?
It was against the building down there. I think that's where I left her.
Wasn't against the building.
Just a couple minutes ago, you said you did what you did and then you dropped her off. What exactly do you mean by you did what you did?
I was getting her out of the car, and like I said, I didn't choke her to where she was dead, I don't think, because she was standing up, and I walked her over to these bushes and just had her stay right there, and then I took off. That's all I can remember.
Well, we know that's not how it ended up.
That's all I done to her.
A little while ago, you also said that I raped her, I guess. There's not really an I guess about that. You either did or you didn't.
What's that?
Raped her. You said, I raped her, I guess. There's no yes or there's no I guess about you either did or you didn't. There's no middle ground there. That you got to do.
I had sex with her.
When you were having sex with her, did she at least cry a little bit, do something that indicated that she didn't want to have sex? What did she do that indicated she didn't want to have sex?
There's nothing I can tell you on that. 'Cause I thought she was.
But you know she wasn't if she didn't want to have sex with her boyfriend.
Well, I don't know what their fight was about. I mean, exactly. She was compliant and grateful that I got her away from that guy
Okay.
That part's
in the
believable.
car.
That's believable.
I mean, she was, and then I took advantage of her, I guess, later on.
Now that makes sense.
And that's what we're
Now
talking
you're
about.
getting
I
us
didn't-
over the hump of the hard part here.
I choked her to death, I guess, and then, but I didn't beat her up
No.
and all that kind of crap.
Don't think you're a monster. We don't think that you beat her up. That's not what we're indicating at all. But you did just clarify for us what you did, and that makes sense. You took advantage of her. It was
And then you got scared, and so you choked her. Is that about right?
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you can think of that you remember about what happened?
Do you remember if she left any marks on you or scratches or anything that you had to
No,
hide from your wife when she got back in town?
no.
Did you choke her before or after you had sex with her?
Just after.
After.
It was down from the bowling alley down there. I got rid of. That's where we went and had sex up on that lot behind that building.
How long did you spend with her?
Just the time it took, I guess.
Do you have a guess about how long that was? Hour, 2 hours?
No. Probably half an hour or something like that.
Were there a lot of people around the bowling alley when you took her from the bowling alley? Or was it pretty empty?
There's 3 or 4 cars out there, I think,
So it was pretty late.
in his car, the guy's car.
Pretty late at night then?
Well, 8:30 or 9 o'clock or something like that. I don't know what time it was.
But it was dark.
Yeah, it was dark. Well,
Okay.
I don't know what else you'd want. I've already put myself out on it.
How's that?
Oh, I'm guilty. And
Guilty of what?
I guess, well, that little girl.
You mean guilty of raping her and killing her?
I guess.
And we're not.
Antimone, are you there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you detect genuine remorse for what he's done, or do you think he's remorseful for himself only?
Good question.
It's hard to know.
I'm leaning toward the latter, actually. Because I think his whole thing about the rape really seemed, at first I thought it was him just inching away from admitting it the way he was avoiding admitting the murder. But I was thinking, you know, you got to put yourself back in 1974, Texas, and I could easily see, hey, Black Eagle, I could
Oh, hey.
easily see, you know, someone, a guy in at that point in time in that region, you know, kind of having the belief that, you know, I mean, feminism wasn't yet quite, you know,
Sure.
we had the civil rights movement in 1968, late 60s, but that, you know, feminism wasn't really in its prime. That was more like the late 70s. So I think that he may even still have a belief that I'm a man, I have a right to a woman's body kind of thing. You know, like old school patriarchal kind of mentality. So I think that's kind of born and bred in him, and that
he has a very simple-minded persona, doesn't he?
like he doesn't seem too, and you know what I mean, like enlightened. I think that maybe he's still kind of, like I said in the chat, I wonder if his wife has some tales of her own.
Yeah.
You know, I would bet you that she does.
There's something so casual in the way that he describes something else kind of happened, I suppose, you know. I think he's used to that kind of minimizing language. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he's
What when was this photo taken, the family photo?
to me he looks like he's in his 40s maybe there, right?
Yeah. So like the 80s? It's interesting that
Yeah.
it's black and white.
Huh. I couldn't find any other.
Because it's black and white and they all look, let me see it again. It looks, oh my God, especially his wife. It looks like it could have been taken in the 40s or 50s.
I know, right? Yeah.
Not the 80s.
Yeah.
So every time I was looking at it, I'm like, what?
It's a good point, actually.
Doesn't it? It looks very dated, meaning in terms, it looks like it's more from like from the 40s or 50s.
I know, you're right.
And that's an interesting kind of observation.
Well, it kind of backs up what you're leaning towards, you know.
Yeah.
His outdated mentality, his
Yeah.
casual
Yeah.
mentality.
Exactly. Right. How long was he free? 46 years.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah. But I mean, look at how many cases, like every week I see another case being solved because of DNA. Something like a case from like decades ago. And it's really quite something. It's really amazing.
Can you imagine how many worried perpetrators are out there right now?
Possibly, yeah, good point.
Who was
I think he was 17, Broken Justice.
Oh, yeah, the victim was 17. Who was there was a big case that got solved there a few years ago. A guy that was in his 70s or 80s.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So the Golden State Killer or something?
Oh, that one. Yeah. Yeah.
The guy that was in a
That was
wheelchair in
huge.
court.
That
Yeah.
was huge.
That was the same kind of thing, wasn't it? It was
Not
due to the
quite. I mean,
new.
he was a serial rapist killer.
Oh no, I mean in terms of how he got caught with the progression of DNA methods, right?
I think that was part of it. there was also a woman who researched him for several years and wrote a book, although the book was not released until she was deceased. She,
Oh, really?
yeah,
I did not know
Susan, what the heck is her name? It's really quite amazing.
Wow.
I think it's I'll Be Gone in the Dark. Yeah. Michelle McNamara. She did extensive research on him, and I believe that that definitely contributed to finding him
Oh.
and identifying him. Yeah. Yeah, it's
Oh.
really, really great. It's a really
It's been
it's
made
a
into
great
a
book.
TV
Yeah.
series as well, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Just looking it up there.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Interesting. Yeah, I can't decide if he has genuine remorse. I don't really think he feels any
Well, it may
remorse for the
take
victim.
time. I mean, I think it's different for every offender.
Mm.
Some people feel it right away. Some people are numb. I mean, he just admitted something that he's hidden for 46 years, and he may not have gotten to that yet. But
Yeah, true.
he may.
Mm.
He may. It just may take some time.
The fact that he decided to admit his guilt, only a few days into the trial, maybe speaks towards
Yeah,
that. Maybe,
but I also think that that's attorney
could be.
driven. You
Yeah.
know, advice on behalf of counsel.
Yeah, Bebop, it does not look like the 80s, right? You're right.
I know, it's really quite something. I mean, that just hit me.
Unless
And
he just aged really quickly.
it's not just that it's in black and white.
Yeah. It's their haircuts, it's
Yeah.
what they're wearing. Yeah, it
Yeah,
does look
especially the hair. Yeah, totally. It's interesting that the mom, she's the only one not looking at the camera.
Huh. Yeah.
She's looking at the child. So they had 2 of each.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness. I wonder how the kids reacted. I wonder if they were surprised.
I
Emily,
know.
did Brandon's remorse hit him right away? Yes. Yes. Yes, immediately he was beside himself with what he had done.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Yeah, it looks like the 50s, right? What's going on? It's like he's a time traveler.
Mm-hmm. The pictures of him in the courtroom in the wheelchair are quite something. Like he looks sort of distinguished in those compared to him. He looks he looks Italian there.
Huh. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Of
like
course,
he
he's
could be
got the
in.
facial hair because he's been inside. Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Yeah, I
looks
mean,
more different with the facial hair and the clothing. Yeah, look at him. He looks like a
mobster.
mafia guy.
He does.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
A
devastating.
little more pathetic there.
Yeah, really, really, really devastating photo.
God, that is terror in those eyes. A mixture of shame and terror.
Yeah. That's got to be a Zoom call.
And
Oh, wait, who's that? The boy.
that's the boyfriend.
Okay. That's his injuries.
Yeah.
The pistol whip.
Yeah.
And you said he's been interviewed?
Yeah, shall I play
Recently?
that? Yeah. Let me play that here.
I mean, how how do you maintain diabetes when you're in prison? Like, I have no idea how they even deal with that.
God, I don't know. It's tragic, anyway. Yeah.
He probably only has type 2, which is a whole other ballgame than type 1. But still, it still has to be maintained. The dietary aspect of it, I mean, I'm really curious.
Was he permanently on a wheelchair? I don't think so. I think he walked
No, I
into
think
this.
just like it looks like it was just in when he was
Yeah.
in trial.
I'm pretty sure his health deteriorated pretty quickly.
Is his wife still alive?
I don't know, actually. Don't know. It sounds like she was quite ill, though, from his
Yeah.
description of having to try and take care of her.
Right.
I'm just going to play a news article here,
Yeah.
or broadcast.
After almost half a century, think about that. Time and evidence caught up with a killer today. The cold case mystery of who killed teenager Carla Walker in Fort Worth ended, and it happened suddenly. Here's our Jason Allen.
Before a third day of testimony in his murder trial could even start Tuesday, Glenn McCurley stopped it. He changed his plea to guilty for killing 17-year-old Carla Walker in 1974. Judge Elizabeth Beach immediately sent him to prison for life, and families finally let emotions show in the courtroom.
This was a lot of healing going on in there today for not just me and my family, but our whole community.
He hung a cloud of suspicion on me for all those years. I mean, that's torment. It's torment to live that.
Rodney McCoy was the last person to see Carla Walker alive. McCurley had pistol whipped him, pulled Carla from his car, then assaulted her and choked her, leaving her body in a culvert. But last year, new DNA techniques found evidence on her clothes, and Texas lab Othram developed the DNA further, matching it to genealogy records to identify McCurley. The first time the technique is believed to have been used successfully in a trial.
And our hope is that this case can help spur more testing, especially this new kind of DNA testing, and maybe we can solve some cases and bring more closure to more families.
That's our goal now, is to help other Carla Walker families. There's other families out there just like ours. Ours is no more important than any other family.
The Walkers are part of a new cold case support group that, at least in part, are going to try to raise money to fund testing like this for more cold cases. The CEO of Othram Labs told me what happened here today is a milestone and a glimpse of the future. In Fort Worth, Jason Allen, CBS 11 News.
That is so freaking cool.
Well,
That's
the
fantastic.
DNA, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. That's just amazing.
It's going to be a lot harder for people to get away with crimes, as we advance.
I've covered a case on my channel and I think about her a lot.
I think I know the one you mean, yeah.
Yeah, and that case is still unsolved, and I just can't, I think about her parents and her family, and that they're one of those families that has never gotten closure still. That was 1993.
Yeah. She was the one that called her parents to come pick her up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's horrible. It's the way that, she was just discarded like rubbish, it's just sick.
Yeah, Julie Barnyok. Yeah.
Do you want to hear some of the boyfriend's testimony to describe what actually happened? To kind of wrap this up. I know we've been going a long time.
Yeah.
But,
no, it's great. It's great. I haven't been on for a while, so this is fantastic.
Yeah. I need to make more of an effort to come on YouTube more often.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for inviting me. And
you're
it's
welcome.
great. I like it over here on your channel. And I'm glad a lot of my folks came out.
Yeah.
Emily is fantastic also. She's she always makes great points and asks excellent questions.
Yeah, I noticed that. That's great.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So this is, as I say, this is the boyfriend's testimony.
Were there as many cars in the parking lot of the bowling alley when you went back the second time?
Not as many. It seemed like it cleared out quite a bit. There wasn't that many cars in the parking lot.
So as the night went on, do you have any concept, and it's okay if you don't, do you have any concept of how long you were in the car engaging in these activities with Carla before something happened? Do you have any concept of how long that was?
I have no idea how long it lasts.
And so you described Carla was against the door. Can you describe how you were when the next thing happened? Where were you in regards to Carla?
Carla had put her purse behind her head.
So she put her purse behind her head?
Behind her head, because it was uncomfortable.
Was that, so that would have put the purse between her head and the door frame?
Right.
Okay.
And I was on top of her. I wasn't, not quite to the top of her head or anything. I was like from here down on top of her. And the car door yanked open.
Did you have any warning before that moment? Was there a knock? Did you even notice a figure before that door flew open?
No, I didn't. I did not notice any figure.
When the door flew open, what was the first thing that happened?
Carla's head had fallen back past the edge of the seat and was hanging out in the opening past the roof line. And the way I was positioned, I kind of fell with her.
And what happened next?
Well, my head then, as I fell forward, was this open target. And he was able to come down on the back of my head with the force that,
So pretty quickly, something hit you in the back of the head.
Yes.
Did you have any concept, when you first got hit, did you have any concept of what it was that struck your head? Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So you're describing then that Carla falls out of the car a little bit, you fall a little bit with her and kind of trying to catch her head.
I did. I grabbed her and we were kind of both falling forward, but my head was covering hers then.
And so you're both kind of maybe a quarter to half out of the car, but you said something comes down and hits you in the head.
Right.
What do you remember next?
I remember I was holding her and the blood started flowing down my forehead, down into my eyes. And I'm not sure how many times I got hit.
You're aware that you got hit more than once?
I believe it was more than once, according to Carla's reaction.
And why do you say that, according to Carla's reaction?
Because she screamed, "Stop hitting him."
And after she screamed, "Stop hitting him," are y'all still in this kind of half in and half out of the car with you holding her up and that's going on, or at some point you let go of her a little bit?
I had let go, and I believe at that time Carla had raised upright into the seat, and I had pushed myself back away from the car, the roof line, and it was such an intense ringing. I was totally stunned, and I couldn't move. I pushed myself up, and the blood was flowing, and I was just staring straight ahead.
Did you find out at some point when this part was going on what it was that had struck you in the head?
Not until the last few moments.
How was it that you discovered what it was that had struck you in the head?
Because he had stuck his arm with the pistol into the car, inches from my forehead, His face wasn't down below the car line. I'm sure he was doing that purposely, where I could not see him. And he pulled the trigger 3 times. And all I heard were the 3 clicks.
And so when he pulled the trigger, nothing came out of the gun.
Nothing came out of the gun.
So you mentioned this. I want to clear up, like, you could not see the face of the person that was doing this to you.
No, I couldn't.
You're still in the car. Carla's still in the car. What happens next?
There's something, muttered something about you coming with me.
Do you think he meant to you or to Carla?
Carla.
Okay. We haven't said this before, but was Carla a big girl?
No, Carla was 4'11".
She was tiny.
She was tiny.
Did she get out of the car on her own, or was she pulled out?
I believe she was pulled out. That's my. I don't think she would have just got out of the car herself.
Is it fair to say that in that moment you don't have a good recollection of exactly what happened right that second?
At that second, I don't remember the pulling her out of the car.
Was she out of the car when the hand reached back in to pull the trigger?
Excuse me?
Yes. Was she out of the car when this hand came back in and pulled the trigger 3 times?
I'm not sure of that. I'm not sure she was. It was either right prior or before that. I believe she might have been out of the car and he was holding on to her and he just blindly stuck the gun into the car.
You mentioned before you were able to see a figure as they walked away. Describe
2 steps. That's all I saw. 2. That's all I can remember. And Carla turned her face to me, and I can visualize. It said, "Rodney, go get Dad. Go get my dad."
That's crazy. Hello?
Sorry, I forgot to unmute. My God. Can you imagine the terror she went through?
Both of them. He survived it.
Yeah.
I think it's really powerful that he got to finally tell his story in court. In a sense, like, it's interesting, like, they've both been carrying the weight of this tale for this entire time. And it's a different weight for each of them. And I don't know, it's, for me, like they both have suffered, but for different reasons and in different ways.
Yeah.
And yes, I agree with you. I think it's very apparent, the trauma. I think that he did excellently, though. I mean, to be on the stand and to have the guy, your perpetrator, be right there hearing everything. Yeah. That takes major courage. And but I think that it must have been incredibly freeing and like liberating to be able to finally have that day in court. Yeah. And to tell the real story. And I feel like I kind of felt like while he was telling his story, he was also sort of liberating and freeing her too.
That's a good point. Yeah, I was going to say, it kind of felt like he was addressing her in a way.
Yes, I felt like she was there with him. That's what I kind of like was getting.
Yeah.
And that was really cool.
Yeah.
Like, it was when he said they were talking about her height and
How small she was.
Yeah, yeah, and you could see just something that passed through his eyes. It was really beautiful, very subtle, but I saw it.
Mm. I mean, the amount of psychological damage he must have suffered as a consequence is obvious, right? I mean,
Yep.
on so many levels, this would be his first love, I guess, you know? I mean, look at them. They look like such a...
Was he 17 too?
I'm not too sure. Not too sure.
It looks like he might have been older. Was that his car?
I think it was, yeah.
And it was his car that the crime occurred in?
That he removed her from, yeah. And
Yeah.
yeah. And it's the whole thing as well, you know, like, as I say, so many levels, you know, you're a guy and your girl has been...
Yeah.
You've got that whole thing about
Yeah, like,
protecting your girl, right? And
yup.
she's been taken from beneath your arms, you
And like
know? I mean,
Sarah just said, I wondered if he experienced survivor's guilt. I would
yeah,
definitely assume that. And add to the factor, Rabid, what you just said about his masculinity.
yeah.
And like, oh, you know, he failed her kind of thing. Yeah, right on.
And then the added way of him being suspected, apparently, for all
Yeah,
these
right.
It's just beyond comprehension, right?
You know what I think too is like with the it's just the profundity of all of this coming to a culmination and coming to an end. And it's so extraordinary, the whole story, the whole thing, and how it ended up resolving. What is your life like after that? Like, they probably never thought they would ever have resolved. And
Yeah,
now they
both of
do.
them.
And now what? Like,
Yeah.
how do you... It's like it's no longer this cloud hanging over you. I mean, I bet it would take a long time for you to be able to like feel that you've gotten some sort of relief, because you're so... I mean, almost 50 years.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
to all intents and purposes, both of them
how do you shake that? Yeah.
haven't known anything other, really, in
Yeah.
their lives. Like Shirl said earlier, you know, they've been living with this for way longer than
Right.
they were alive prior to it.
Right. I mean, that really... I'm in awe of that.
Yeah. Yeah. And think about this. Think about how many people, just like Glenn there, are sleeping next to their wives right now that have done things that will never ever be
Or
caught.
husbands.
Or husbands, right? I mean, just look at the odds tell you that, right? The amount of cold cases, the amount of people that have gone missing. That's what's scary.
Mm-hmm.
They're not all running around, you know, with carrying a flag to warn people or to
Unlike the
indicate.
school shooters, right?
There you go. Yeah.
Which is interesting. It's an interesting contrast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Emily. The damage, and the damage, it's like throwing it's like throwing a boulder into a pond. All these ripples go out to all these relatives, you know, and like even Glenn's family now, once they discovered what he had done. Can you imagine what it must
I
be
know.
like to
Yeah.
live with someone for like God knows how long, 60 years or whatever? And
Well, I kind of think if his wife is still alive, and definitely the kids, I would bet money. And I always, whenever I say this, I've been right. I would bet money that there's some stories there that they might not be that surprised.
yeah, there has to be, right? I mean, someone, yeah, like you were mentioning potential
Like,
violence when he's...
when someone, like
You don't go from
someone...
nothing to that.
Yeah, exactly. Someone doesn't just like get drunk one night and then go out and do this. It's there's got to be some kind of version of it
Yeah.
that, let's say he would get drunk, come home, be angry, maybe throw some stuff, maybe be forceful with his wife behind closed doors. We don't know, but I would bet that's very possible.
Especially when you just think of the fact that what was he like? How did he come to have this opportunity? Because he was literally driving around looking for prey. That's what he was doing. He was drinking in his car, driving around. He was being a predator,
Yes.
and that's clearly not the first time he's done that. It might possibly be the first time he's ever killed, but he's been a predator for years.
Yeah, predatory personality. Yeah, and I hear you, Emily. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like Russell Williams.
Mm-hmm.
There was a progression. He didn't
Right.
just go from nothing to rape and murder.
Exactly.
He was up to stuff, for
Mm-hmm.
years. And he just kept. He had to keep upping the ante, so that
Yes.
to get his kicks.
Right. And I'm still going to argue that's still a brain thing. Still a brain thing.
Yeah.
There's an itch you got to scratch, and it's because the brain is misfiring something or other for some reason. And it's biochemical. And like I'll say, just for the record, it doesn't excuse the behavior, but it explains it.
Yeah.
And I think that if we can, the more research that's done into criminality and the brain, I think that, well, I don't know how that the way this world is going right now, I don't know what's possible, but it would be wonderful if it could change things in terms of the criminal justice system.
Well, one thing I would say is I don't think there's ever been I don't think there's ever been more education in terms of mental health and about,
Well, yes, great, yeah,
criminality itself.
right, like any science, we've gotten to a certain point where we've learned a lot, but it's like the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
That's how amazing the brain is.
Well, the brain, like I often say this, it's kind of obvious, but it's worth stating that the brain is by an order of magnitude the most complex thing that exists in the universe. Like without a shadow of a doubt, the human brain.
I like that. Yeah, I agree, and that's really cool, Sarah. Yeah, I've noticed that you and I have very similar ideas and understanding of like psychology and stuff.
Sarah's great. Sarah's
yeah.
She's got very interesting levels of insight.
G-Pop's like, okay, then he has an evil brain. It's all good. I understand where you're coming from. I get it.
Yeah, back then, what happened behind closed doors stayed behind closed doors. That's exactly what you were alluding to earlier. You get that sense of that kind of mentality. He's an old-fashioned man.
When you think about it, I mean, it wasn't that long ago that men were allowed to do to their wives whatever they wanted. By law, they were allowed. Because my wife's my property.
Yep.
That wasn't that long ago when you look at history.
Rather barbaric, right?
I mean, women couldn't even vote not too long ago.
Which seems so crazy now when you think about it, right?
Yeah, and you know what? It makes me feel like a dumb ass because I should have voted today and I wasn't able to do it. So, but
Is there an
almost
election going on? Is there?
today. Yeah, yeah. I wish I could have, but I wasn't able to.
Is it too late?
And I feel guilty. Yeah. Today, well, yeah. All the returns are coming in now.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a considerable, sizable race affecting Congress.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are you quite politically minded?
I see. I'm more interested in the human interest side of things. I'm not too political. I do have political views, but I'm not really that interested in. I'm interested in politics, but I don't like. I avoid the news.
Yeah.
Because it just seems like it's this circular argument, and it's this like all or nothing, black or white thinking. It's this party or that party, which I think it's ridiculous to only have a two-party system. And it's kind of like I don't know. I feel like I'm one of those people that feels as if my vote really doesn't count. And that most of my values run very counter to anything that either party professes. And so I don't really feel like I'm represented all that much.
Yeah.
And so I just kind of feel a little dissociated from
I think a lot of people would feel the same, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, we've just gone through a crazy political. I'm not.
Yeah, you have.
I'm not too political either myself. I'm interested, but to me, politics is one of those things that you kind of have to be all or nothing, really, in a sense, because it's.
Yeah, well, it's all or nothing. Like I said, it's like, well, it's this party or that party. Which one do you belong to? And it's like, well, how about neither one?
It's the. And
I
guess.
Suck.
And it's something else that has become so obvious over here is the disingenuousness of politics in general.
Yeah, I can't deal with that. Yeah.
And I guess marketing has always been a aspect of politics, right? But it's ever more so now, I think, where there's just this endless parade of, robots coming in front of your camera, and they're just the product of God knows how many sessions of, what's the right lines? What is it that people want to hear? It's really off-putting. You just don't feel like many politicians genuinely have an ideology. If you compare politicians to, say, politicians 20, 30 years ago, like Margaret Thatcher's a good example.
Yeah.
A lot of people cannot stand her politics and her ideology.
Right.
But you cannot deny that she was genuine in what she
Yeah.
believed in.
Right on.
And that kind of matters more to me, really.
Yes.
Than what the actual ideology is itself. Just please put someone in front of the camera that believes in something.
Yes, she had integrity in spades.
Yeah. Integrity is the right word. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And the Queen too.
Oh God.
You
yeah.
know?
I was actually I was discussing this with Sarah in chat actually. I was more affected by the Queen's passing than I ever thought I would have been. Because of what she represented.
Yes, I get it.
This conscientiousness that is so rare
and
now.
dignity.
And dignity, yeah. which are, I guess, they're old-fashioned traits and they're conservative traits, but they're traditional traits for a good reason,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
But those traits are so rare these days, I
I
think, you know?
know. I don't get it. I don't really know how to live in today's world. I
You
don't.
and me both.
It's just like, can I go to Mars now?
Well, yeah, well, we just need to join Elon Musk, right?
Yeah,
He's
right.
got the right idea.
Yeah. I still can't believe he bought Twitter.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, and he fired like 75% of its staff. Last
What's
week, I think it was.
What's the story with him and Amber Heard? Like, I didn't read much of
What?
all that, but was Amber Heard not involved with Elon Musk?
Really? Oh, I never heard that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Post Kate, post
I don't know.
lawsuit, or
No, I think prior. I think.
okay.
I don't really know what I'm talking about, really.
I didn't
regarding
hear
it.
that. Oh, huh. Huh.
But yeah, she's another Pandora's box.
Yeah.
Speaking of Pandora's boxes, it'd be good to have a chat about Sarah Boone sometime. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on her.
On who?
On Sarah Boone.
Yes. You know what I would like to do before that would be to watch. Well, I mean, I saw the body cam footage. I'd like to see more of the interrogation. I've only saw like the beginning of it.
Yeah, the interrogation is one of the most fascinating interrogations I've seen. It's incredible. Yeah, so you should definitely watch that, and then we should definitely have a chat about that. It'd be,
Yeah, sure, that'd be great.
That'd be cool.
Nice. He closed her Twitter account.
Oh, did he?
What a tragedy, right?
Oh God, she's something else, Amber Heard. I mean, there's a reason so many people were so delighted that Johnny Depp won that case, because I think a lot of people recognize the manipulation of Amber Heard. You know, it was so, to me, it was so blatant. You know?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that Johnny Depp is an angel. It's not
right. No, it's a
black or
different.
white.
Yeah.
You know, but he was the victim of her, I think. You know.
Yeah. No, I was glad it turned out the way it did. I mean, he was vindicated in the public eye, and everybody knew, everybody saw the writing on the wall as far as she was concerned.
Yeah, I think even if he had lost the lawsuit, I think he would have had that public validation. I think you're right.
Yeah.
But it was good to see that he officially succeeded.
Yeah.
All right, Antimone, listen, thank you so much.
This is awesome. Oh my God, 5.5 hours.
I know. Where did the time go?
I had a great time.
It was great. And
everybody in chat was really, really wonderful. I want to apologize because I feel bad in the beginning, like, especially if I haven't been live for a long time. I tend to ignore chat because I feel like I have to get my bearings first. But then once I'm like in it, I am there in chat. So thanks for being patient with me.
Oh, you were great. I'm the same. I kind of struggle with chat, for the first part of a life. I'm not the best at multitasking, I don't think.
Oh my God, I think you're great. I think you do really well with keeping one foot on screen and one foot in chat. I think you do a great job.
Oh, you're too kind.
No, seriously, I wouldn't lie.
All right, everyone.
Sarah. Thank you, Rabid, for having me on again.
You're welcome, and I look forward to our next conversation.
Me too.
And I reckon Sarah Boone will be the target. I'm
Cool.
very interested to see what you think of her.
Absolutely.
All right, guys. Well, good night, everyone. This was a bit of a marathon. We really got into it in this case.
Yeah, this was cool.
I don't know if we figured out too much about evil, but we kind of danced around the margins, right?
No, I think we addressed it pretty consistently.
Yeah.
Good discussions.
Yeah.
No, Bebop, you were fine. Don't worry. You're good.
All right, guys. Good night, and see you next time.
Good night.